probably.
Wait, where do I?
Followed by
Okay.
the pledge.
Oh my God. Let me guess. Oh God. Oh my God, I'm nervous.
Bang the gavel.
Okay.
You're good.
You got a gavel? Go ahead. Do it.
Okay. I'd like to call the June 19th meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education to order. Please rise for the invocation followed by the pledge. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to this meeting of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item number 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or edits to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. For agenda? Okay. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order. Would any board member like to add anything to the agenda that's not currently printed? Seeing none, the agenda will stand as published. Thank you. Item 2.05 is board recognitions, and we're going to have a major recognition momentarily, but we do have a couple of other things we'd like to do. First, Mrs. Hummer.
Yes. I'm going to read a statement that was put out on the AACPS website. On Friday, June 14th, 2019, Maryland lost the most fair, reasonable, and supportive advocate for students, families, and schools that the state has ever seen when Linda Carter Ferrier died along with her husband in a car accident. The loss of Linda will be felt by many for a long time. Though she never worked for our school system, she was an incredible partner for many years. Those of us in AACPS who considered her a colleague and a member of the team for students will do whatever we can to ensure that her works are celebrated and that her legacy is not forgotten. Linda worked diligently to raise community awareness to support students, families, and schools. Most importantly, she never lost sight of what was best for the individual student while maintaining awareness regarding the needs and concerns of families and the tremendous efforts and commitment made by teachers and other school personnel. Linda will be greatly missed in our community, and we will honor her for years to come. That was from Bobby Pedrick, our Director of Special Education. I want to send out my heartfelt condolences to Linda's family. This is, I can't understate how much of a difference she has made for children and families with disabilities throughout the state of Maryland. And she will be greatly missed. One of my friends who has a child with special needs just wrote this and said, "There's no words to describe how parents and educators loved her. Seriously, an advocate loved by the school system, knowledgeable, laser-focused on the needs of children." When this family just moved to California, and she said, "We seriously talked about flying her to California to assist us as we made the transition." So from all of us at AACPS, thank you, Linda, for all you have done for the children of AACPS and the whole state of Maryland.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer, and thank you as well to Ms. Pedrick. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gillen. Before we recognize and spend some time recognizing our wonderful Vice President, Ms. Urea, at this time, which will be her last meeting, I'd like to recognize one other person who will be retiring shortly. Susan Kowalski has served our school system and our children for over 4 decades. You don't see her much because she's always behind the camera, taking many of the superb photos you see in this building and throughout our schools. Susan is an immensely talented graphic artist whose work, especially large print design, is truly exceptional. Susan, thank you for sharing your talents with us for so many years. You certainly will be greatly missed. Enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
So I know it's no surprise I'm about to get recognized since this is my last meeting, sadly. But I also just want to say that, again, as Dr. Arlotto just said, I'm not the only one leaving. Miss Molly Connolly is retiring, as well as Miss Teresa Tudor, and I have had the privilege to know these women. Molly only for a year, but Miss Tudor for a while actually now with the calendar committee and everything. And I just cannot say how sad I am to be leaving with. Actually, I'm happy to leave with both of you. It's a sad moment, but I'm happy knowing that I'm going to be leaving with 2 amazing women as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urea, and I know the board did a formal recognition last time, but on behalf of the board, once more to Mrs. Connolly, thank you for your 18 years of dedicated service to this school system. Thank you. And I would also like to formally announce, I think we did somewhat of an informal announcement last time because it came as a surprise, but, and she's already turning red. Effective July 1st, Diane Howe will be the board's executive assistant, and we'd like to thank you for being willing to take on that challenge, and we look forward to all that you do in filling those big shoes that Mrs. Connolly is leaving, so thank you. And of course, I think Mrs. Hummer has always said in the past that this meeting, for a variety of reasons, is a very bittersweet moment for us because it's always the meeting that we say farewell to our student board member. But we know that she, in this case, is going on to bigger and better things. And I know a number of board members would like to make some comments. So we'll start. Mrs. Hummer.
So Mr. Gillen's exactly right. This is always a bittersweet meeting for me because it's always so fabulous to work alongside the students and watch them grow and mature and see what they have to contribute. And Josie is no exception. Her voice for students has been very impactful, and she has weathered things that no other student have had to weather, and she has done it with grace. And so I am honored to have served alongside you, and I wish you very well in all your future endeavors.
Mrs. Corkadell.
I'll be brief but sincere. So I have not had the full year to work with you. We came in December, but I just want to tell you and just share with everyone that we have a leader, not just in the making, but already among us. And as you continue to go out, you have a great career path and wonderful opportunities ahead of you. But I just wanted to say that in working with you, I have learned and grown. You know, leadership comes from different places in the heart and is demonstrated in a variety of ways. And for as much as everybody has comments about a student member versus a regular member, I have never felt that you're any less than the member, and have so well represented the interest and the advocacy and the rights of the students. And you've done that with dignity, with respect to everyone at all moments in time. And we are a handful up here, so to be able to accomplish that in general is amazing. But I know you're going to be so successful, and we are definitely going to miss you. And please don't be a stranger. Thank you for all your service to Anne Arundel County too, because she's just not serving with us. She's serving all of the residents here. And as an at-large member, she has represented not just our little isolated districts of about 75,000, but all 88,000 students and their families and every resident here with dignity, respect, and honor, and show of character like none other. I hope that stays with you, as well as your tenacity, your gumption, and your willingness to strive for success. Good luck.
Ms. Antoine.
So you allowed me to go behind that one, Terry. I want don't get weary in doing good. You stepped up when no one else would in some very difficult times. You handled business. You are a tower of strength that I have come to admire and even love. I want to say to the University of Maryland, look out. You got somebody coming your way. You will make indelible change, not only in your next step, but I believe in your entire life. You will do very well. You're an incredible citizen to the U.S. and a powerful person. So God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mrs. Schalheim.
First, it's really hard to follow all of that, and I agree with everything everyone else has said. It's been an honor and a joy, and we knew each other before you were a student member. We're neighbors, and I was rooting for you, and I was so proud when you got it. And I remember telling your mom how proud I was of you, and I still am. I think you're incredible. I think you're a leader in every sense of the word, and we're all going to look back and say we knew you when, and go off and spread your wings and do great things, and yeah, you'll be missed. And you've always been an equal in my eyes. You're not a student member, you're a member. So thank you.
Mr. Leib.
Ms. Urea, let me be as succinct and clear as possible. Navy's loss is the University of Maryland's gain. I wish you all the best in your days ahead. You've earned it.
No, Bravo Zulu?
She feels robbed.
Thank you. Mrs. Ellis.
I said this many times before, but when I speak about Ms. Urea, I talk about what an effective and active board member she is, not for a student board member, but for a board member by any measure. And it's for that reason that I was very proud to blaze that trail with you and to nominate you for vice president of this body. And I never worried for a moment that you would serve in that seat with honor and dignity and leadership. So I thank you for that. And now to put my mom hat on, and now I'll get teary because I'm a mom. But with kids your age, having kids your age, I know firsthand how immensely proud your parents, your fellow students, and your teachers are. And I just cannot wait to catch up with you and hear about all the things you're doing. And I'm always here. So I'm so proud to have served with you, Josie.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
I'm going to try to be even briefer than Mr. Leib and save my comments for agenda item 5.01.
Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So obviously I'll echo all that your colleagues on the board have said, but I've had some unique time with you over the years. As you've been a member, such an active member of CRASC, a leader in CRASC, the Superintendent's Teen Advisory, and you've continued, even as a board member, to join that group and be a leader. We make the mistake many times in education around this country in talking about students as our future leaders. And you have really been the poster child for leadership is now. And you've done that, and that's one of the things that makes me most proud, is you are a leader among your peers. You're also sort of legendary among your peers. The other state student board members talk about Josie Urea, and she's vice president, and you're sort of legendary. And folks follow you, right? And when when we had a board meeting and we had some public testimony about what will be on the agenda, the Val Sal piece, there were people that came from around the state because you asked them to, and because they supported where it was you wanted to go. And that's significant. So, of course, we wish you all the best. We know you're not going too far. I know how proud your family is, and they should be proud. You've done really well. So, congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. This is an especially hard one for me because, each year I've said something as our student board members have been departing, because I've been able, I think being in the alumni circle, I've been able to develop a relationship with them. But this year, it's uniquely different because of your willingness to step up and be in board leadership. And I will say, what I like most about you, I think, is your pleasant persistence. When we disagree on issues, you don't give up. And that's going to serve you so well, not just in college, but certainly as you're pursuing a degree in public policy. We'll forget about the Chinese because that's too hard for me. But the public policy curriculum, you're just going to do so well in that. But I think you're going to exponentially do well in all that you do beyond college, whether it's grad school, your professional career. I think you're just going to do amazing things. We've grown close over the last 6 months, and you and your dad were at my house to witness an episode with my daughter, and but seriously, I look at her as a 3-year-old, and the future that she'll have. And my wife and I really like you and think extremely highly of you, and we hope our daughter grows up to be just like you. I think your parents, they're class acts, but seeing what they've done with you and your sisters, they've got a secret sauce, a magic recipe that I want to plagiarize. So thank you both for that. We've got a couple of gifts as you prepare to part ways. One is a personal gift that, on behalf of Mr. Lieben, I would like to present you. And we know you're going to College Park, but our hometown football team is the Naval Academy. Between Mr. Lieben and me, we will ensure that you've got season ticket, or you've got tickets to any game you want to go to. We've both got season tickets, so you've always got a place at the game. So, Mr. Lieben, if you'll join us.
Oh my goodness.
Bravo Zulu!
Thank you. I love that stuff.
And we know you are off to College Park. No College Park dorm room is complete until it has a Maryland flag to hang in it. So we've got a Maryland flag for you. This is a flag that's flown over the State House. So, yes, yeah. Seriously, I wouldn't lie. So this flag has flown over the State House, but, it can certainly hang in a dorm room as well. And then on behalf of the board, we have the clock for you as well that I'll leave here for you. but it's engraved with your name. It says Josie Urea, Student Board Member and Vice President, 2018-19. And it's even set to the time. So, so we've got that for you. And I know Dr. Arlotto has a gift as well.
I do. Thank you. So as is our tradition, as we've compiled pictures from your time with us as a board member, so I want to give that to you.
Thank you.
So congratulations. And also the traditional student board member parking. So we pulled it from the signpost at Severna Park.
Oh, gosh. No.
And you can try to put this up in College Park and see how far it gets you.
Thanks, Dr. Arlotto.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. That's awesome. I'm going to put these back.
Yes.
Just because I don't want to break them.
And I know Ms. Urea actually lit her light, so I know she wants to say something. And then, if it's okay, we'll do some pictures down in the well and invite your family to come up and pose for the photos.
So now that my ego's like this big, no, I'm kidding. I just want to give back because I would not have gotten here without so much support from everybody around me. And even if you aren't mentioned tonight, I want you to know that I think about you all the time, and you are in my heart. So, of course, I want to say thank you, and sorry if I start crying. This is very sad for me. So I just want to say thank you to my family for supporting me and taking me to my first CRASC meeting. I remember my mom waiting in the parking lot 'cause she was so proud of me. I was like 12 years old walking in, so scared. That's where I really met my first mentor, Ms. Poison, who has obviously moved on and created a family in Vermont. I don't know if she's watching this, probably not because she has a baby, but I just want to thank her for everything and really sparking my passion for serving my community. So thank you, family, and my sisters for always supporting me. And my dad, of course. I know you do a lot for me as well. Thank you. And that leads me to Ms. Pellegrin, who is the current CRASC advisor. I just want to thank you so much for coming on to the team and taking up the really, really difficult job I know that it is. I mean, of course, I don't know everything about it, but you do an amazing job, and you had big shoes to fill, and you made them even bigger. So your heart is just so big, and everything that you've done for me has meant a lot, and I cannot thank you enough. Now to talk about a couple of board members, I just want to thank you all, the past ones that were here before you guys, and the current ones. Thank you all so much. You not only taught me bravery, courage, how to speak correctly, what a good board member looks like, but behind the scenes, you really taught me integrity. And Dr. Arlotto, I really just want to specifically call you out because, as you said, we've known each other for a while now. And you and your team do a ton of work that nobody has an idea about. And you and your team do not get the credit, and I see it continuously. But I really want to say thank you from like a student's perspective. Thank you so much for everything you do. It's just all amazing, and you really have one of the biggest hearts I've seen before. And I know you talk about your family, and I hope you and your daughters and your son, who is in an amazing place right now, Italy, or is that the daughter?
That's the daughter.
The daughter, okay. Well, yeah, they're going to do amazing things, and they have an amazing dad, truly. Yeah, and Mr. Gilliland, I know we've grown close as well. And I just want to thank you so much for, I remember the very first tickets you gave me to that game. And it's going to be really hard to say goodbye, but I don't want this to be a goodbye to anybody. I want this to be a see you again. Because this role has really, like, I came in here thinking I was going to be an engineer, and then I came on the policy committee, and I was like, you know what? Sorry, Dad. I know I'm going off on huge tangents, but like, really, this is so sad. I was driving here, and I was like, I can't do this. But, yeah, it's going to be so sad. I have learned so much. I'm sorry, I'm being dramatic, but I have learned so much. I was like, my school gave me a permanent pass to leave school because I came here so much. Because I truly love this experience. And I'm so happy that I got full voting rights, because it really has shown me how much our county does appreciate the student voice. And I'm so excited for Rita, who's coming on here next year, and just talking about each and every one of you to her has brought a smile to my face, because I really cannot thank you all enough. So I know that was very incoherent, so sorry. But I just want to thank you all so much, and everybody from Krask. You are my family, my second family, of course. And just thank you so much for everybody that's touched my heart and been in my life on this journey. So this has been a dream of mine since I was in middle school, and this dream could not have been made perfect without all of you. So thank you.
Bring your family up for a picture. We're going to ask the board to move around front, and then as well as Mr. Reyes' family to come up. Ms. Pellegrin. Ms. Pellegrin.
Why don't you get in there with her in the middle?
Sorry. Yeah, I'll hold it.
Bunch of future board members there.
That's looking great. Okay, smile. Two more. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Go home, yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, now on to business. Item 2.06 is school and community highlights. You're done? Okay. Mrs. Schallheim.
I wanted to say congratulations again to the class of 2019. The graduation ceremonies were all amazing and amazingly run and just incredible. A couple other things the last 2 weeks. I volunteered at the Folger Mackenzie Math Carnival, which was really so much fun, and also attended at one of the county executives visioning Anne Arundel county meetings. The one I attended was at Severna Park High School, and it was just really neat to see government at work, doing right by its people and asking for feedback. Another amazing event was our retirement reception that we held for, I believe it was somewhere in the midst of 242 teachers with a combined service of 6,412 years. It was an amazing event. It was amazing to hear about all of them. I loved every second of it, and I thank each and every one of them for their service to this county and to the school district, and it was a really good event. And then I also have to say that on this Juneteenth, let us celebrate our victories and also acknowledge how much more work we still have before us to ensure that everyone has an excellent and equitable education. And achievement and discipline gaps remain, and bias exists, and we must do more to lead, and I'm confident that we are up to that challenge. Let's lean on our education stakeholders so we can finally put this issue to rest and continue on with all the great work we have in progress to close those gaps. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. I too want to congratulate the entire class of 2019. I was so pleased with your conduct and with the smiles that I saw, the excitement from all the families. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. And to all of you, you worked hard, you earned your diploma. Congratulations. I also want to congratulate our recent retirees, to include those that I didn't know was retiring and should have known. Congratulations and sincerely thank you for your service. You made sitting in this seat seamless because of your hard work and dedication. The years combined, teachers retiring, several teachers retiring 35 plus years, and other administrators and other people in our system retiring after so much. And each of you, when I visited your table, said it's pretty much the same thing. I decided to retire when I did not want to do this anymore. So I appreciate that for so long you decided every day it was worth it. So thank you all for your service. And I know that if you're like so many other educators, your service within the system may be closed, but your service outside of it begins. So thank you for that. A special thank you to Mr. Bill Jones of TAC. I understood today that he's leaving us as well. Mr. Jones has been a pioneer and an advocate in so many ways. And I truly want to tell you, Mr. Jones, thank you for what you have done and what you continuously do. Finally, a special thank you to Ms. Ritchie and the partners that set up the Brooklyn Park, drawing blanks. So the Brooklyn Park Farmers Market. This is Josie's fault. I'm trying to hold back tears. But we attended the Brooklyn Park Farmers Market, and what I appreciated so much about that opportunity was seeing the children enjoy fresh fruit, vegetables, and opportunities that they would not normally get. I would encourage everyone, each Monday, this farmers market will be open. Please go by and participate and take part in that. But very special thanks to Ms. Ritchie, our food services team, for what you do, ensuring that our students have an opportunity to have nutrition at their fingertips. And that's about it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you. Very quickly, want to congratulate all of our graduates of 2019. I thoroughly enjoyed all the graduation ceremonies I was able to attend. I was particularly struck by the uniqueness of the spirit of each school. That was really something that struck me, and I look forward to getting to know each of those schools even better. I also want to thank our retirees. Amazing to me how many people have served over 4 decades with our school system. That's truly remarkable, and I can't thank you enough for your service to our students. And I was able to attend Mary Moss at J. Albert Adams Academy. They had a special ribbon cutting. It is one of our special schools that does project-based learning, and these kids decided they wanted to build a path down to the water so they could use their canoes. And so They did this whole project on their own using everything that they had available to them to design and create this path. And I got to go on a canoe ride, and it was wonderful. That's a really great school doing great things, and I'm so glad we have that in our school system. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Ms. Urea.
I also had an amazing opportunity to go to other graduations as well. And specifically, I just want to shout out evening high schools. Mr. Gillen and I attended that one. And a lot of the students that I was speaking to were talking about how they were overcoming the stereotypes that they're constantly faced with as being the bad kids that just drop out or don't have a life or goals. And I think it's really unique that they were talking to me about this because they obviously had student speakers, and each one of them had a story to tell, overcoming adversity, whether it be family, just different paths that they were taking to finish their education, to move on to work, other goals or passions, or go to college. And that really, I know it brought a tear to my eye, and Mr. Gilliland's as well. Miss Jackson was crying too. So I just wanted to talk about that one specifically. And as other board members echoed, I want to thank all of our retirees again for their service, just continuing to represent the hashtag all means all. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
Yes, and so now that graduation season is ended, summer has begun, and summer meals have started this week. I took my clan to Maryland City today to get some summer meals coming through, and it's great because it makes them eat fruit in the middle of the day. So take your children out there and to get the well-balanced meal, and so I encourage everybody, the summer meals are out and about. They're free, no ID required for all students, all children ages 2 to 18. Monday through Thursday for the next however many weeks. So go out there and take advantage of the summer meals.
I know you guys were on a short vacation with you and your 4 sons ate pizza for what, 4 nights in a row or 5 nights in a row?
We ate a lot of pizza. And so today I made them go get
fruit
at the summer meals.
Thank you. In the interest of time, tonight, Dr. Arlotto has asked that we waive item 2.07, the superintendent's update, moving us to item 2.08, which is the policy committee update. Mrs. Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen. So the policy committee met on June the 12th, 2019 at 1 p.m. in this very boardroom. And policy JAA, redistricting in attendance areas, did receive a different several requests for amendments to policy, and similarly for the a review of the regulations and some of the procedures. My understanding is that the superintendent and his staff are reviewing these recommendations right now, and so we will be moving. That will continue to move forward at its pace. I want to thank everyone for submitting their information, and as updates become available, I will share that with the individual members. And so thanks to everyone on that. Policies JCCA, bullying, cyber bullying, harassment, intimidation, hazing, and biased behavior. And coinciding with that, policy JO, biased behavior and language, were reviewed by the policy committee to be moved forward to the board for their consideration and review. And it is my understanding that we are targeting for either the July or the August meeting for introduction to the board for consideration under first reader. In addition to that, I would like to advise the board that, of course, in July and August is when the policy committee works with the superintendent and the president of the board to outline the priorities of review for policies, and we will be presenting that in our meeting in September with the board. And just as an update, included requests by members, specifically was for Policy KBA, Citizen Advisory Committee. That has been forwarded over for discussion for the calendar for the upcoming year, as well as recess policy. The recess policy, several members have requested that throughout the last several months, and I just want to make a couple statements about that. The recess policy regulations and practices, when I went to inquire about it, have been under review and continue to be by staff. And they are utilizing, in addition to their expertise, a work group consisting of representative stakeholders and staff that continue to meet as needed and review some of the items that come before them regarding recess. This policy committee will be including the recess policy on their 1920/20 calendar, and estimated introduction month will be shared with the board once the final draft of the overall schedule of policy committee has been approved for recommendation by the policy committee itself. Noteworthy for board members on the topic of recess as we start to approach it is that the topic is what I would consider a complex policy, and in it as well as the regulations. As any changes that we put forth, just as a reminder, could have impacts on our bargaining union contracts, transportation implications, school start and end time implications, dynamic schedule changes for students, and naturally occurring facility limitations. Almost all of these probably will have budget implications that will involve a very possible increase in spending in several budget categories. Based on the scope of that, I will ask the members, in anticipation of this coming up in the next several months, to please review our website that has the information on our current policy, our current regulations, as well as the guidelines and procedures that the schools use. And thank you very much, Ms. Jackson, for all the hard work that you have been doing along with your team in this effort, and they remain available for any additional questions. And I also want to point out that, you know, some of the hard work that we've already seen underway by the administration, I believe, will lead us to a very good opportunity whereby which the administration as well as the board will hopefully be able to team together to, despite the limitations, best meet our need, continue to best meet our needs, and build on our successes for our healthiest students. And lastly, the policy committee has accepted an introduction of a review on policy, and as such, continuing efforts are underway to make recommendations on that policy, and that will be forthcoming in the upcoming year. The policy committee, just as for public information, does not meet in the months of July and August, but I can assure you that the staff is very busy working on preparing for the upcoming year, as well as things that are already in the pipeline, and making sure that we are meeting our state and federal deadlines for some of these policies that we are requested by state and or feds to review and adopt changes on. One last noteworthy item for the public is that under the review of the policy, there was an opportunity for us to make some of the upfront end a little bit more efficient in how we get to a policy under a first reader here. And so by a simple move to better accommodate, I think, the public as well as members' opportunities to participate and observe the policy committee's work, we will be moving in September the meeting to occur at 4 p.m. in the boardroom. We've been previously meeting on the second floor in a conference room for the majority of our meetings, and its accessibility and size and scope, I do not think will lend itself to the public who may wish to visit us. And it's not a participation, it's a business meeting, but they are always welcome to attend and observe, and then may send us email comments back as appropriate. So this will also allow us to expedite emergency legislation and matters of urgency that the board identifies or the superintendent. Are there any questions for the policy committee? All right.
See no questions here. And that was serious. Policy on policy is not like having a meeting to have a meeting. You know, this is this is legitimate. So.
It is a legitimate thing.
So thank you so much for that very thorough report. Item 2.09 is the PTA report. No report tonight. Item 2.10 is the CAC report.
Greetings, President Gillen, Vice President Urea, Dr. Alato, members of the board. My name is Brandon Gully. I am the chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee, and we have concluded our 2018-2019 meetings, and we are now submitting our subcommittee reports for your review. We focused on 4 areas this year. Our equity subcommittee was focused on recess, which is obviously a hot topic countywide. We did do a survey, which you guys will have access to, all the results and comments and things like that. But we did get about 4,800 responses, which we thought was pretty impressive, mostly elementary school. And those are highlighted in our report. There was a lot of support for longer recesses and for ensuring recess is not withheld as punishment or for weather-related issues. So we thought that was a lot of good feedback. Social emotional subcommittee focused on increasing support within the school system for mental health services. That could include some possible revisions to Regulation JL-RA. They also looked at Policy JCCA and Regulation JCC, which have to do with cyberbullying, which was brought up as well. So there's some recommendations in our report about that. There was also a lot of review and support and resources available for staff and students around self-harm, which we also included drug, alcohol, and electronic cigarettes as part of that. So again, recommendations in our report. College and Career Readiness Subcommittee researched the current offerings around preparing students for their life after high school, whether that's starting in their career or continuing their formal education through college or trade schools. Research included current support systems, programs, and resources that are available, both for students and parents, and concluded with ideas to enhance the offerings. So again, those are in our report. Communication Subcommittee continued the work of previous subcommittees around communication with a focus on current communication systems and how information is passed on, especially to families. There's been great support within AACPS around this topic, and some great ideas have been implemented or are being developed. This year, one of the big ideas was around developing a frequently asked questions portion of the website that might help with speeding up people's ability to get information. And so hopefully that'll be something that can be looked at down the road. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve as the chair. It was cool to get to know the different sides of Anne Arundel County Public School Systems. I'd like to close by introducing next year's chair, which is Tanisha Howard. So you'll be seeing her, and then her vice chair is also here tonight, Maria Airy, and they are getting to know how this process works. So again, they are in their third year. Well, Tanisha's in her third year, Maria's going into her second year, so I think there's going to be some good stuff that comes out of that. So again, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. I have a couple of questions I think that the board was going to ask you, but first, just as you're transitioning back, let me just say, as your last meeting, I just want to say on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've done this past year and your service that you've done on the CAC for such an extended period of time. Appreciate all that you've done. With that, Mrs. Schalheim.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. When will we get the report and the detailed results of the recess survey? I just hadn't seen it come across yet.
Yeah, I'll send it tonight or tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have it. I just wanted to give this
Awesome.
presentation.
Yeah, and I look forward to reading it. Thank you.
Sure.
And Ms. Antoine.
Mr. Gully, I want to thank you and the entire board. You all represent our best interest, not only for this board from the legal standpoint, but also for our entire system. And you guys embrace all means all. Even with your synopsis of what you guys have worked on for the past year, I noticed that you were including the high schools, the elementary, the middle schools, and the interest of the student first. I really appreciate the power of CAC and what you've done. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you guys next year.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. And that's it this time.
Right,
Thank you so much. Item 2.11 is the CCAC report.
Good evening, President Gilliard, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlato, and members of the board. My name is Jeannie Somm, and I'm the CCAC chair, and I'm here to give you the annual CCAC report for 2018-2019 school year. This year, we held our 11th annual Special Education Resource Fair this fall, where over 38 community organizations and AACPS departments were available to share information with families. Over 200 people attended the event, and we received very positive feedback. We held 4 guest speaker events this year. In November, Bobby Pedrick, Director of Special Education, facilitated a conversation with the director to 25 parents. In February, we invited Ms. Megan McGowan, Genesee Lower School head, to discuss strategies for supporting children with dyslexia. There were over 100 parents in attendance. In March, Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Accelerated Student Achievement, and Lorenzo Hughes, Senior Manager of School Supports and Equitable Practices, held an interactive discussion entitled, Helping Your Child with Special Needs Navigate Social Cues and Peer Relationships. We had over 40 parents in attendance. In May, Katie Harris and Carolyn Pousset from AACPS Assistive Technology Team presented, supporting students' use of assistive technology in the home. They also set up several interactive stations displaying different assistive technology devices to show parents various tips and strategies to use in their homes. About 20 parents attended. A large number of parents have expressed interest in researching ways to help an increased number of our students with disabilities obtain a high school diploma. Parents and AACPS staff are committed to holding students to the highest academic expectations. We launched our 5th annual CCAC Special Education Survey to gain insight on the 2018-2019 school year. This survey provides an opportunity for parents of students who receive special education services in Anne Arundel County to give direct feedback on how well they thought their special education services were working for their children. The feedback gained from these surveys is shared with specific staff and schools when named and is used to inform department goals and initiatives annually. We continue to maintain our CCAC website and to respond to inquiries via our web Contact Us form. Our current membership of parents, guardians, community members, and staff consists of over 700 email subscribers, 329 Facebook subscribers, over 1,100 respondents to our AACCAC Special Education Parent Survey, and over 300 in-person participants at our events and meetings over the past year. We continue to hold our active representation on CAC and PIAC. Our current vice chair was the special education representative on the school board appointment committee this past year. Our materials continue to be distributed to IEP teams throughout this county, including all events information. Concerns and recommendations. Staffing for special education continues to remain a concern. It is important that decisions regarding services for students are made based on the unique needs of the child and are not based on staffing limitations. Our student population has increased greatly, yet staffing has grown minimally. Inadequate staffing and large class sizes negatively impacts all students, but especially those who struggle. In recent communications, parents have expressed concern about programs and services available to twice exceptional students in need of specialized instruction. While AACPS has a wide array of program options available to students with disabilities, some parents are concerned that there may not be an ideal program to our twice exceptional students, specifically in reference to programs wherein the content is challenging but provided in an environment conducive to their needs, i.e. small classroom sizes and that reduce the distractions. This concludes the CCAC report for this school year. We welcome you to participate in our upcoming meetings and events. Please check our website at aasecac.org for any schedule updates, or find us on Facebook at AACAC. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your service and for your voice this year. We have one question for you from Ms. Antoine.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, thank you very much. I think, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I believe Anne Arundel County is one of the only counties with special education CAC, as well as as an exception because of the needs here in the county. And I appreciate your leadership in doing that. But my question was, I'm unfamiliar with twice exceptional. Could you explain that, please?
That's a child that is, in my layman's understanding, I'm not a professional in any means, but a child that has is extremely intelligent, but at the same time has different needs. I just spoke to a parent the other day that their child was not able to participate in the challenging classes because they needed a smaller environment because they get too excited with too many people or too much commotion going on. So they need a much smaller, unique environment, and that's my understanding is that's not offered in AACPS. If you need a smaller environment, you're not necessarily going to get the challenging classes.
Okay, so then I guess I would follow up with Dr. Arlotto, because in my school tours, it was my understanding that those opportunities were available to all the students if they needed that. Is that not the case?
That is the case, that all of our programs of choice are open to all of our students. I think what is being explained is that you'll have twice exceptional students that certainly are brilliant, as many of our students are, but are in need of accommodation to access that particular program. And that might not be available in every program of choice that exists.
And so with that as the case, are we working to make that available to the students as a need, or is that something I need to motion that we work towards?
We're always working towards access and equity for all of our students. All of our students. That's one of our, it's a key for us. We've not been able to find a way to get every student that can access every program as all students do. And so we're going to continue to strive for that. But there are programs around the country that focus particularly on twice exceptional, and many that is a program within a school within a school, to provide a very specific programming to a very specific group of students, as opposed to students in a least restrictive environment, which would be sort of the general ed classroom.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2.12 is the CRASC report.
Good evening, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Pariti Cherry, and I attend Broadneck High School, and I'm your new Secretary of Education. I'm excited to be representing the students of Anne Arundel County, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. As of May 31st, CRASC has many new officers, and I would like to recognize them today. Our President is Connor Curran, Vice President is Princess Merritt, Secretary of Communication is Darsana Aligarsami, Secretary of Legislation is Amelie Holloman, Secretary of Service is Emma Salmi, and our middle school coordinator is Brenton Mead. Last week, we held our final meeting for the 2018 to 2019 school year with the newly elected officer team. On June 5th, members of CRASC spent an evening with the Chesapeake Bay Foundation to learn about their student leadership program. We took a tour of the Philip Merrill Environmental Center and canoed on Black Walnut Creek. We are also excited to attend the Maryland Student Leadership Cruise with CBF on August 10th with student leaders from across the state. Looking ahead to the 2019-2020 school year, we will continue to advocate for mental health resources, school safety, and embracing diversity. We plan to host General Assemblies focused on these issues. In addition, at each event, we plan to collect donations to various organizations as a part of our service to the community. We are also looking to reintroduce Lobbying Day. Another goal for CRASC is to increase student involvement from both middle and high schools. We plan to have CRASC officers make school visits and attend back-to-school night events to seek input from across the county. Next year, we plan to host our weekly meetings at school-based locations once per quarter to increase accessibility. We will convene our meetings in August, and at that time, we will begin revisions to our Constitution and platform, which will include the addition of new appointed positions. A final goal for CRASC is to increase participation in MASC-sponsored events and continue to build relationships with state student leaders. I'm excited to work with everyone for the 2019-2020 school year, and I appreciate the time to give you an update. Thank you, and have a wonderful summer.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to the public comment portion of our meeting. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. I can breathe. And we've got 7 or 8 cards here and 6 seats, so I'll call the first 6 if that's okay. I think is it Kathy or Kathia Smith? Sorry if I didn't get that. Maribel Ibrahim, Perrin Hicks, Corinne Frank, Colette Frank, Julia House. Yeah.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kathia Smith. I graduated from Old Mill High School in 2000. My son will be attending Jacobsville Elementary School in Pasadena this fall for kindergarten. I attended orientation last month and was concerned to hear that my son would only have 20 minutes of recess each day. I was concerned when I heard this because I have fond memories of the hour for lunch and recess that I enjoyed in elementary school. Additionally, the reading that I have done lately regarding the impact of child-led, adult-free, mixed-age play on social, emotional, physical, and academic performance of children tells me that 20 minutes once a day just isn't enough. I'm sure you're aware of the data coming out of the school systems and districts that are increasing their free play time, but here are 2 examples. Michael Hines, superintendent of the Pachogue Medford School District in Long Island, doubled their lunchtime and recess time to 40 minutes. Test scores improved, attendance went up, and problems went down. Through the LINK program, schools in Fort Worth, Texas increased recess to 4 15-minute recesses a day, 3 times more than in the past. They've seen a 2 to 3% increase in math and reading scores, 28 to 30% decrease in off-task behaviors. Disruptive and aggressive behaviors are almost not seen at all anymore. Peter Gray, developmental psychologist and researcher at Boston College, says in his book, Free to Learn, that life without play is depressing. Children are almost like prisoners today, he says. They're constantly being monitored. Their sense of control over their lives has declined, and it sets them up for depression and anxiety. Additionally, the classroom setting isn't how children learn best. They learn best through play. That's how they are wired, to learn from one another and from older children. With the rise of childhood obesity, I would think more movement at school is vital. We wonder why children can't sit still. It's because due to a lack of movement, they aren't developing core muscles to be able to do just that. I know that there is center time and brain breaks during the day, but those are not child-led, adult-free play. I would urge the Board of Education to consider either a pilot in a few schools, Jacobsville Elementary to be one of them, or better yet, a countywide policy for more recess. My day job is the assistant dean for undergraduate programs in the Merrick School of Business at the University of Baltimore. What I see of students in my classes, since I also teach, are students who don't know how to work on a team despite years of teamwork in K through 12. I see students who don't know how to manage expectations or make decisions because of top-down learning. The rise of anxiety and other mental health issues that my students face has only gotten worse in the 15 years that I've worked in higher education. The outcomes you are hoping for aren't always there, especially among the middle and lower end of the academic spectrum. We need to let kids be kids in terms of free play, how they learn, homework expectations, and testing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And before we move on, Ms. Antoine, were you? Sure.
Well, thank you for that. That was a very thorough. I wanted to, in my school visits, my question was about recess too. Way back in my day, recess was a huge deal for us as well as for social, way back. But I am loving Triple E and how that that curriculum is also playing a role in some of the engagements that you pointed out. And I was wondering if we could get a little bit more information from the experts about how EEE and recess coincide, because I believe even within and outside of the classroom, it is opening doors for that interaction socially. It's opening doors for the movement, EEE is, and other things that I was very impressed with. So I'm basically asking either Dr. Arlotto or his staff to help us better understand that, please. Please. So my question is, some of her points was the fact that we have taken it down, I guess, from an hour, from what you were accustomed to, down to 20 minutes. However, with the introduction of EEE, which we're trying to get across the entire county, I believe that that curriculum helps to supplement some of that time that was cut. And I wanted just to verify that, please.
EEE is not recess. It is not recess in the sense that I think our professor is presenting it. But you are right, Ms. Antwine, in that the way EEE is programmed for the students, that it is collaborative, it is project-based, so the students aren't working independently, they're working collaboratively. And we're teaching them from pre-kindergarten in those schools that have EEE right up through 5th grade in this hour a week that they are spending time in whether it's STEM in society or cultures in society, that they are working on projects and they're doing it collaboratively. There is certainly some movement, there is some time outside, but it is not recess in the sense that I think it's being presented to us tonight. What I would say is that we have redesigned our elementary curriculum that we've been rolling out over the last several years to do much of what you just heard, because we agree. Students need to be up and moving. It's not just a brain break. And so we've built in move to our elementary curriculum. We've built in both structured play and unstructured play, so the students can get a chance to choose what they want to do and do it on their time and in their motion, and at the same time producing some structured play where they're having to work with their classmates in playing a game and learning cooperative techniques and collaboration, those kinds of things. So we agree, we want students up and moving, and so within the confines of our school day, particularly at the elementary level, we've redesigned and are rolling out the elementary curriculum to create more of that within the context of the day. But recess, as you've heard, is currently at 20 minutes for all of our elementary schools in the traditional sense of recess.
Thank you. I have to tell you, I observed dancing, I observed painting and art and all kinds of things that that allow a lot of interaction for the individual child, as well as that collaboration. They got their own me time space under that EEE construct, and so I believe, although I appreciate certainly the advocacy for recess, I believe we should look into how we integrate some of the curriculum that we're trying to introduce for our elementary students, especially with recess, and how that collaboration can come on board as one unit.
Mrs. Schalheim.
Firstly, thank you. Secondly, and just to clarify for everyone watching, EEE is not in every cluster, and as we will review later when we talk about budget, there's a fair number of clusters that didn't get it funded and probably won't have it for years, thus not giving that benefit to huge swaths of the county. So while that's wonderful, it's not happening everywhere. I just wanted to point that out right now, which is what I think we need, changes now. So thank you.
Mrs. Ellis.
I just want to bring us back to the topic of unstructured free play, which is recess, which is none of these other things that we're talking about. There's benefits to all of those things, but the research that I know. I just want to recognize that I have read the research, and I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. I'm at Merritt grad school, so appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Mary Bell Ibrahim. I am a parent of 3 children in the Severna Park cluster, 1 high schooler, 1 middle schooler, and 1 elementary schooler. I'm also the facilities and projects manager for the Anne Arundel County Public Library System, so I'm a civil servant and a concerned parent. I really appreciate the scientific information that my colleague here, or my fellow parent, has presented. I wanted to give more anecdotal information regarding recess and the importance of recess and my personal experience with recess. Recess is allowing a child to have creative, self-directed play. Play is the way that we build imagination, we build creativity, and we inspire learning. You cannot get that from textbooks or testing or regimented structure. This is why recess is so essential. When I ask my 4th grader what his favorite subjects are, bar none, lunch and recess. That's just the way it is. Kids need a break, adults need a break. What do they tell executives that are doing strategic planning, working on projects, so on and so forth? Take a break with unstructured time and make a plan for yourself. If we're telling adults to do this, why would we not tell children to do this? The other component that's ignored by the EEE curriculum is that there needs to be outdoor time. Children need to be able to be outdoors to experience fresh air, to look at the sky, to realize that there is a life and a universe beyond just them. It also allows for student-directed learning and social interactions, which they get to develop. My personal experience about recess was that it was used in a very punitive way with my oldest son, who at the time in 3rd grade was not able to finish a lot of his assignments because he wasn't able to focus really well. So the recess was used as a punitive thing. If you're not finished with your assignment, we're going to have to hold you back from recess. I can tell you right now, I could tell when my child got off the bus whether he had recess or not. For me, that was the statistic enough. And I had to advocate with the school. My son did have a 504 plan. He's now a very successful 15-year-old 9th grader at Severna Park High. But we had to have many meetings where I helped construct a very positive intervention for how my son could complete assignments, get things done, develop a positive reward system, and not take away recess. I had to advocate for this, but I know that there are parents that do not have the resources to advocate for this. They may not even be aware that recess is taken away. But I have heard in conversations in my elementary school that if you don't do this, recess will be taken away. That type of philosophy has to change, and we have to do that now. It is imperative that we have recess and that we embrace it as a very important component of the school curriculum. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Schalheim had one question at this point.
Firstly, thank you, and I hear you too. My question was for Dr. Arlotto, so I think I'm going to table it because I think we have more people to talk on the subject, so I'll table it. Yeah. Great. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Perrin Hicks. I'm the mother of 2 boys in AACPS, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Severna Park Elementary School Advocacy Committee. As my fellow parents have mentioned, my testimony will also relate to the CAC survey on recess. I wish to underscore the findings of that survey on recess and encourage the board to mandate increases to recess and overcome all obstacles to implementation. As Mr. Gully mentioned, the CAC survey shows that the vast majority of respondents felt that the current 20-minute recess guideline is too little. This demonstrates that parental opinion supports what the research says about the increasing recess. I also want to emphasize the social emotional benefits of recess, which the research has shown and is a critical need in today's world. So we recommend the board create a policy on recess that mandates a minimum of 30 minutes a day and is binding on all AACPS schools. While I am here as a representative of an elementary school and the CAC survey focused on recess in elementary schools, the AAP policy, the American Academy of Pediatrics policy, is clear that the benefits of recess apply equally to adolescents and younger children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. House.
Hi, Julia House, resident of Shadyside, parent at Shadyside Elementary School, and mother of a incoming 4th grader. I'm here advocating for longer recess. The 20 minutes is just not enough for our students, and it's also not enough for our teachers. Our teachers need their breaks as well, and a lot of times even during their lunch break, they are doing planning or different things like that. So the recess break will be good for them as well, to be able to get out, see the outside, get some fresh air. Coming from the business world, employees get a minimum of 30 minutes. And I know that they're not out running around and playing and everything, but they do get that break to be able to disconnect and really go through. So if it's a bare minimum, if we could bump that 20 minutes up to the 30 minutes, and then maybe even work our way up to the full 60 minutes that I think that our students need. I noticed with my child being an active athlete, on sports night, she gets better sleep. She's able to focus a little bit better, and she's more active and all of that. So on the bad weather days, or days that she doesn't have sports, or the days that she can't have recess and then also don't have sports, you can just tell the difference in the way that she is that evening, her overall attitude, her focus when she does the homework, and then of course her sleep at night. Fresh air, being outside longer, allows for more productive playtime, and then which leads to more productive learning environment. Staff and the teachers at schools are looking for adaptive resources and equipment. A lot of times we're seeing those fundraisers and the staff and the teachers that are submitting requests for expensive adaptive material, whether it be wiggle chairs or some type of alternate seating, just to get the kids moving and encourage them to be active while they're in the classroom listening. We do have the privilege of having the EEE program at our school, and my understanding is that it is a way to learn in a different way and a collaborative effort to work together to view education in a new way. And there is some active pieces to it, but of course it is not a substitution or even in addition to, it should be in addition to recess. In closing, I would also like to mention the longer recess would open the door for a longer lunch. This would allow our children time to enjoy the nourishment of the food and the fellowship and friendship of the students amongst each other. Some days when students purchase, which sometimes is the only meal that they have in a day, students are eating the lunch within 5 or 10 minutes, especially if you went on a popular pizza day or a popcorn chicken day. You can see that the line gets very long, and some of our schools with that really high farm ratio are in that line for quite a while, and then that 20-minute period slips away pretty quickly. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Frank, it's up to you.
Good evening, Board of Ed members. I'm very excited that we are talking about recess tonight, and I definitely want to thank Mrs. Corkadell for bringing that to the policy committee and giving us that report. I have attended several meetings and have asked this board to reconsider some of the current recess guidelines, and over the last few months I have tried to work with my children's school to allow a parent-led running group in the morning. And instead of sitting on the bus for those 20 minutes in front of the schools, administrators and I looked at ways that we could have volunteers watch over the kids as they ran our fantastic PTA-funded track. Despite our efforts, AACPS would not sign off on this initiative. We were very disappointed about that. So here I am again to ask for some better solutions for unstructured playtimes for our children. We are all here tonight, and we are requesting the needed amount of unstructured playtime for our kids. The playtime that is crucial for development, problem solving, resilience, and establishing better mental health and social perseverance has been slowly deemed less important than testing, test prep, instruction, and classwork. Programs like Move, Move, Move and EEE only add structured playtime to a schedule, when all research points to unstructured playtime as what is needed. Every piece of research that I have read suggests that children need 60 minutes of unstructured play every single day. Our children are only given 20 to 25 minutes of this unstructured play to school, and recess can still be taken away as a punishment in AACPS, and I promise you that even after these guidelines encourage otherwise, it is still being taken as a punishment. Anne Arundel County employees are guaranteed 60 minutes of break time during a workday. Even federal guidelines protect prison inmates by requiring 60 minutes of outdoor time in a 24-hour span. Pediatricians are now writing prescriptions for play to young children because they are simply not getting enough. We do recognize that adults have a right to a break, and yet we expect our most vulnerable and developing minds to succeed with a third of the required time. I frequently advocate for Bodkin students, but there are many other students negatively affected by these policies. We have many friends here tonight who have children from communities all over the county, some underserved, and this affects every child, and yet adding recess is just a policy change. And hopefully we can do that on a frugal budget. I heard some talk about, maybe that not being so frugal, so I would hope that we can implement that without stretching our day and taking away from recess or anything that would sort of counteract the positive results that we were looking for. But I am happy to make myself available to any board member, and I am optimistic that we can come up with solutions that will allow our kids to engage in the work of a child and play. This is my daughter, Colette. She is 4 years old, and she will be attending kindergarten in the fall. And, okay, I'm sorry. And as you can see, it is very difficult for her to be able to sit and focus. And we're going to expect, 6.5 hours of a rigorous schedule in the fall. Okay, it's your turn. Okay.
What am I going to say?
Say hi. Can you say hi?
Hi.
Okay. So Colette's 4, but she'll be 5 by the fall.
Colette, do you want more recess? Okay, thank you for being here tonight.
Do you like to play outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. We'll ask the next panel to come up, and as we're transitioning, we've got Tori Snow and Lisa Van Buskirk. We've got 2 additional board questions. Ms. Antwerp?
I just wanted to thank all of you for the efforts and the advocacy that you all have had. There are many considerations when we go into those decisions as far as the recess and the timing for that. It's my understanding that even the time on that is a negotiated tool, right?
Yes.
So the recommendation is definitely a strong one and definitely should be considered. I do advocate that the other programs we have that will allow the same results for the students be integrated as much as possible as we manage such negotiations.
Is there a question or?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I'm just recommending to us as a team that we look to if there are clear gaps that you guys are identifying, and I know that we have entities within the system that we could look into to accommodate those gaps as well as we undergo negotiations for recess.
Mrs. Schallheim.
I have some questions for Dr. Arlotto regarding the existing guidelines. So can it be taken away and used as, can recess be taken away if a child acts up, or, is that in the guideline? Are you allowing that?
We are not allowing that.
Okay.
And you've seen the guidelines. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, right. So the
But,
guidelines are clear that it's not to be taken, it's not to be used as punishment, as
Okay.
being punitive for the students.
Right. That's not what we're hearing. So how is that, if there are cases where that's not happening, how are you responding to that?
So we'll respond when we're told. So I would ask parents to let us know if they know of a classroom. Ms. Frank says that she knows that it's happening, and so my plan, I made a note, is to have someone reach out and she can give us the specifics of the schools, the teachers where it's happening, so that we can follow up.
And how long have the current guidelines been in place?
This school year.
This
So there
school
was
year.
a work group that worked with, under Mrs. Jackson's leadership and some others, where they went through all of last year and looking at various things, and these recommendations came forward and the guidelines were produced and have been in place this year.
And if we were to amend those guidelines and make it longer, say hypothetically, if we were to make recess a total of 40 minutes a day, how would that impact our instruction time and all of those sorts of things? Can you speak generally about that?
So I'm going to have to speak very generally about that because I'm not prepared. I've not put down on paper all the things that are impacted. Let me be really clear about that, right?
All right.
So
No need
in
to be
terms of the
defensive.
generalities, and it's a very good question that a number of things will be impacted. Our school day is what our school day is. It has a beginning time and an end time. And so if we increase that, if we increase recess, then it's going to take from what's happening from the beginning to the end of the school day, right? So that means it's going to impact it could be less time in math, it could be less time in reading, it could be less time in social studies or science. We would have to do less during the school day to accommodate a 10-minute or 15-minute or whatever the thought might be in increasing. Or we would have to go to increasing the school day. Start earlier, end later, and then that has implications for, as you would guess, negotiations, teacher time, those sorts of things.
So if it weren't to impact the current start and end time, would that extra recess time hypothetically need to be made up? Like what, the 1,080 hours, is that from the opening bell to the time that the bell rings at the end of the day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that the full school day is part of the 1,080 hours. It's 1,080 hours in a school building between the time the opening bell and the,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So there is ways to reshuffle the deck and include more unstructured playtime during the school day, potentially.
Right, and that was my point earlier. Absolutely there is. We can choose to do whatever we want to do as Anne Arundel County within the beginning and end times, right, as long as we're meeting that 180 days and that 1,080 hours. But something currently would have to give. If you don't change the start time and you don't change the end time, something in the middle would have to change.
Right.
And that's the instructional portion, right? And if you're going to increase recess, it makes sense to increase lunch, because that's the time the students, right, are alternating. We have to give the teachers an appropriate break. We may have to increase the amount of time that our lunch recess monitors are there. So that has implications on a number of fronts. But yes, could it be done? Yes, ma'am. We would have to alter what happens inside that time.
Okay. I mean, just for the record, I would argue that if we had more unstructured time outside, that there would be less of a need to have an hour and 15 minutes of whatever that instruction is, because I would guess that our children would be more ready and willing to learn. But that's my 2 cents, and to be continued for sure.
Mr. Snow.
Good evening, President Gillen, Vice President Uria, and Superintendent Arlotto. My name is Torrey Snow. You may have heard of me and you may have formed an opinion of me, but I would ask you to keep an open mind. I am an advocate for education, and I am the parent of 3 elementary-age children. I'm happy to testify in support of adapting our school policy to support a greater emphasis on unstructured playtime. And I constantly look for areas to find common ground. There are lots of things we'll disagree on, but this is one of many areas in which I think we will find common ground. Very few parents will deny the incredible value of an activity time for children. However, due to a variety of reasons, recess is often sacrificed to satisfy bureaucratic requirements, as we were just discussing. Some people feel that the natural energy of a child is best channeled through structured playtime or organized athletics. And a number of researchers, scientists, and sociologists have explored this topic, but I felt it might be interesting to note the perspective of a figure from history. As the president of the Frederick Douglass Foundation of Maryland, I felt it would be appropriate to make you all aware of the first chapter of Frederick Douglass's autobiography, My Bondage and My Freedom. In this chapter, Douglass highlights various aspects of his childhood. Most fascinating was his observation that despite the unspeakable evils that awaited him in the bonds of slavery, he looked with fondness on the freedom he enjoyed as a child. In his own words, he said, "There is, after all, but little difference in the measure of the contentment felt by a slave child neglected and the slaveholders cared for and petted," speaking of the children. "The spirit of the all-just mercifully holds the balance for the young." And he goes on to elaborate that the slave child is free from the typical burdens of childhood, like lectures on table manners and keeping his clothes nice and pristine. And he actually looks on with fondness on those tender years, in which he describes himself, his words, as spirited, joyous, uproarious, and a happy boy, upon whom troubles fall only like water on a duck's back. Douglas recognized and appreciated the vital importance of unstructured play in his own life, despite the innumerable horrors that surrounded him at every turn. In his older years, he reflected on the profound impact such freedom had on his most formative years in his life. Unstructured play is the great equalizer for children. The freedom to roam around and to play as one sees fit knows little economic, racial, or social boundaries. If the mere access to unstructured play caused a sorrow-laden slave like Frederick Douglass to look on his own formative years with fondness, perhaps we would be wise to consider the profound impact that a recess-friendly policy could have on closing gaps in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education. Lisa Van Buskirk with Start School Later, Anne Arundel County, and I'm going to shift gears from recess. Last month, I attended a meeting with my fellow chapter leaders in Howard County with their Chief Operating Officer and Transportation Department Head. One of the topics discussed by my colleagues, which I had not considered, was what time does summer school start? In Howard County, it was concluded that summer school is under the purview of the academic office and did not need specific direction from the Board of Education to review its summer school start times, looking forward to summer 2020. So it begs the question, who in Anne Arundel County determines the start time for summer school? Summer school first period starts at 7:30 and runs till 10:15. Second period starts at 10:25 and ends at 1:10 p.m. at Northeast Meade and South River High Schools this summer. AACPS's website clearly states school bus transportation will not be available. Parents and/or guardians will be responsible for the transportation of students to and from school. So we can't blame school bus logistics, childcare, and there are no summer sports. How do we shift summer high school hours to 8:30 or later for summer 2020? As we wait for that discussion and as we wait to see the transportation consultant bids, I encourage you to think about the school year as well and what this board believes are safe, healthy, and age-appropriate school hours. How early is too early for high school, middle school, and elementary school, and how late is too late for high school, middle school, and elementary school? The consultants can use these parameters when they are looking at providing potential bell scenarios. I would like to let you know that details today have been released of a Start School Later conference for administrators in Pennsylvania on November 13th, and I will be sending those invitations to you. And also I'd like to note that this month begins my 4th year as chapter leader of Start School Later for Anne Arundel County, having taken over from 2 women who served for 3 years. So I'd really like for Anne Arundel County to resolve this issue of unsafe and unhealthy school hours once and for all for the benefit of all students before my chapter reaches its 10th anniversary. Thank you.
Okay. A couple of board questions. Mr. Grannon.
Ms. Van Buskirk, I just have a quick question. Did I hear you right to say that summer school students don't get school bus transportation?
Yes, sir.
So that I don't understand. Why would we need input from the transportation consultant if they're not getting school?
So I said, so it was like I had 4 parts. There was summer school, which doesn't have transportation, so therefore, why does it start at 7:30?
Got it.
And then I probably didn't transition well enough to say then, for the school year, when you do have the transportation consultant, what do you consider as
No worries at all. I misheard you, and you were respecting our time limit, so thank you.
Yeah, so I talked too fast, so thank you.
Ms. Shahan?
I just wanted to say thanks to the last 2 speakers for their input. I appreciate it.
Ms. Antoine?
Mr. Snow, thank you for your testimony. You said something in the beginning that I have to contradict. You are awesome, and the people that I know that know you think very highly of you, and I especially appreciate I'm talking, go Tori. No worries. I just wanted to commend you for your work in the community. You do a lot of advocacy, a lot of volunteer, you and your entire family. And we all think very highly of you. So thank you for your testimony and what you shared today. Ms. Van Buskirk, I appreciate the time that you spend with us here in the room and outside of here, going into almost single-handedly, you are really advocating for our students and the start times and the effects that they have on our students. We had an extensive discussion on flexible start times as well, and I thank you for the information that you've shared. Once we, again, go back into our monthly review of transportation, discrimination, bullying, and otherwise, I sincerely want the board to consider the start times and how that affects all 4 of those entities. But thank you guys for everything that you all do for the community.
And I also would like to just thank everybody that came out for public comment on recess. I know that it has been a huge hot topic recently, and I know that as my term ends, the student member who is coming up next is very passionate about that, so definitely thank you. Okay, now we move on to, that's all the public comment. Now we are going to move on to item 4.01, budget-related items. The fiscal year 2020 to operating budget, final adoption. There's a staff presentation.
There is a superintendent's recommendation.
Superintendent recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I recommend approval, the Board of Education's approval of the FY 2020 operating budget to include internal budget adjustments as approved by the board.
Second.
Ms. Connolly, will you call roll? Sorry about that.
That's it, no worries. And we have a brief staff presentation, then we'll open up the board. Questions
Wonderful.
or comments?
Good evening. For the record, Alec Chaknova, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
And it's our pleasure to bring item 4.04 before you for consideration. It is an action item regarding the FY 2020 operating budget. The County Council approved the FY 2020 operating budget at its meeting on June 14th, 2020. We'll give you some brief highlights regarding their activities. I will say, with respect to the revenue analysis that we'll walk you through, it certainly has been a year unlike others. Going down the revenue side in the federal government to county, from the federal government in terms of resources, the county government concurred with our observations and assessments that there will be no increase in support due to record funding levels that were arrived at through hard work and joint efforts from the governor's executive branch and the General Assembly, taking into consideration the Kerwin Commission's work from the state government. Our funding revenue will increase approximately $30.8 million. That is a $13 million increase from what we initially believed would be the case, and again, attributable to the Kerwin Commission. Similarly, on the county side, again, record funding levels. The county executive and the county council showed a tremendous amount of leadership in terms of supporting education here, resulting in the record funding levels, which equated to approximately a $46.2 million year-over-year increase from the county government. The county concurred with our assessment in terms of local and fund balance resources, providing a net sum of $78.6 million year-over-year increase on the unrestricted side. On the restricted side of the ledger in revenue, the final result, again, is about a $500,000 increase, netting $5.5 million in restricted grants. Again, that $500,000 increase is tied to a recommendation that stemmed from the Kerwin Commission and was recommended by the General Assembly and put forward by the Governor's office. And then finally, the Internal Service Fund for Healthcare and the Food Services Fund, there was no change in the position put forward by the board. So all in, at the bottom line on revenue side, about an $87.2 million increase. That represents a 7.37% year-over-year FY19 to FY20 increase, and that funding is sufficient to support 99.6, I did say that correctly, 99.6% of the overall Board of Education's requested operating budget. Going down the expense side, I'll only hit a couple highlights because a detailed presentation of many of these items, as you recall, was presented to this board shortly after the county executive concluded his recommendations on May 1st. In the area of compensation, all of the compensation-related enhancements were fully funded in terms of the final budget that was adopted by the county council, as was full funding for both the contract school enrollment increase and the per pupil expenditure funding increase for our 2 charter and our 2 contract schools. And the county government thankfully did fund the last element of the fiber ring build out. So all of our schools will be fully connected to that high-speed, secure underground data connectivity system. And again, I won't go through each and every one, but I'll highlight a couple of them of note. In English language acquisition, the board had asked for 28 teaching positions and 13 bilingual assistants. 35 of those 41 positions in total were funded through the actions of the county executive and county council. 25 of the teaching positions and 10 of the bilingual assistants. 2 of the clusters that were recommended to receive the EEE initiative were approved and fully supported by the county executive and the county council, that being the Broadneck and the Glen Burnie high school districts. The remaining 4, that being Arundel, Old Mill, Severna Park, and South River, were recommended for deferral. In special education, thankfully, special education, as you recall, was a large focus area of the Kerwin Commission, and a significant amount of state monies came through from the state to the county. That allowed the county government to support the vast majority of the special education related requests, specifically the 3 bilingual assessment team positions, 29.9 of the 38.9 birth to 21 programs, fully supported the non-public placements, fully supported the specialty site staffing, and fully supported the 504 facilitator elements. In terms of class size reduction, 109.5 of the 124 positions requested were fully funded to allow us to make inroads into some of the pre-existing class sizes that exceeded our staff to teacher ratio guidelines, and all of the teacher for enrollment growth, be they conventional teaching positions or they be concentrated in elementary reading, instrumental music, or music, were fully funded and fully supported as a result of the final budget activities. The one adjustment that was made to the budget is there was a reduction of approximately $1.4 million, and that was in our standard single textbook adoption initiative, and that was done to balance the restoration of some of the mental health positions that were not initially fully put forward in the budget recommendation that was put forward as of May the 1st. So all in, 325.1 FTEs are supported within this budget, which is analogous to about 86.1% of the FTEs that were requested. Again, it was a budget year like no other that we have seen in certainly recent times, and us as staff are tremendously appreciative of the support we received from our superintendent, from this board. It carried over to the Arundel Center. Mr. Pittman and his team were phenomenal to work with, and accounting council likewise was very engaged in your budget, very inquisitive, asked a lot of tough questions, and in the end made some very tough decisions that allowed a budget of this magnitude to ultimately be adopted in support of our students, our programs, our faculty and staff. And with that, we would turn it back over to you for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich, Mr. Stansky, your entire team. We appreciate all that you've done through this extended exercise this year. We've got a couple of board questions. We'll start with Mr. Grannon.
Thank you for that presentation. What was the county council's and the county executive's basis for picking which school clusters would get the EEE and which would not?
Quite frankly, sir, I'm not privy to the inner workings of their minds. I mean, those two clusters were put forward within the county executive's recommendation that was recommended on May 1st, and the county council final adoption actions comported with the recommendation of the county executive's office.
And when the budget proposal first came from the superintendent, all clusters were not slated to get EEE, right?
From the superintendent, correct, just one. And
Just one?
Yes. And then this board took action by amendment to add 5 additional clusters to the superintendent's request.
So you're saying the county executive's office took presumably gave some consideration to the superintendent's recommendation to have it be Broad Neck, but then added Glen Burnie.
Yes, sir, and that was concurred by the county council as well.
Right. Okay, I don't know if we're going to have any discussion time when it comes to the roll call vote, but I just want to say that I'm not going to be voting for the budget tonight, and the reason that I'm not going to be voting for the budget is after just a couple of years of thinking about it, I can't get behind not providing the EEE, which was discussed tonight by Ms. Antoine, and all the benefits that it provides to students. I can't get behind not providing that to all of the kids across the county. And I think you said something like 99.6% of our budget request had been funded, and I just can't get behind this being in the 0.4% of priorities that is not going to be met. I think all of us would rightly kind of raise our eyebrows if kids in Davidsonville were getting access to enhanced educational opportunities that kids in Glen Burnie were not getting. And in fairness, that door has to swing both ways. So I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity later to discuss this further, but with this budget, with this many clusters, or in fact any of these clusters not getting EEE, I'm not going to be able to support this.
Okay, Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. I first want to commend you guys for your work that you've done and for the time that you take with us and outside and within the system to make this comprehensive and so that we can make informed decisions. I also want to thank the County Council and Executive Pittman as well for the considerations. This is huge and it's a big weight. I do, though, agree with Mr. Grannon. We are in the business of education, and what I have witnessed, I believe all of our students need this level of enrichment upfront and early. I do plan to support it because getting something is better than getting nothing. But I want to emphasize that we focus on education as we move forward. But thank you sincerely for all of your support.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Mr. Schallheim.
First, I want to say thank you. I know that you guys, your whole team puts in the effort and stays there long hours and waits it out with the county council while they're deliberating in the back room, et cetera, and has endless meetings with the county executive. So I thank you all first for your time and your commitment to our children. And I just wrote out something real brief I want to read. First, thank you, County Executive Pittman and our county council. This budget represents your commitment to providing an excellent education to all AACPS students. 140 new classroom teachers, 50 new special education positions, 35 new school-based mental health positions, $306,000 to develop and perform a central audit, EEE in 2 clusters, the list goes on, will all go a long way to equitably educating all our students. Although additional funds would be needed to resolve the teacher pay inequity, this budget is a giant leap towards making our teachers who stuck it out during the economic downturn whole, finally. I would like to thank Dr. Arlotto again and his staff who fought for this budget. Your hard work paid off, and our teachers and our students will benefit from your commitment to their education. And no, we didn't get everything we wanted, including the EEE at all clusters. and of course, the $40,000 to resolve the current inequity that exists within our robotics clubs. However, this budget is a vast, vast improvement over any other AACPS school budget in recent years. And I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Going forward, there are still 2 robotics clubs, only 2, Chesapeake and South River, who currently receive $6,000 per year to defray expenses, while no other robotics club in the county receives support to defray expenses. And I implore Dr. Arlotto and staff to immediately resolve this inequity by supporting robotics clubs in Broadneck and other high schools while maintaining the current level of support for Chesapeake and South River. One school or zip code should not determine our students' ability to participate and compete with a robotics club. And I want to say this once again, participating in just one competition opens the door to tens of millions of dollars in scholarship funds as well as job opportunities. But I will be supporting this. Thank you to our county government once again. Thank you to Dr. Arlotto and his team, and to our county council. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaheem. Mrs. Ellis.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I first want to give a heartfelt thank you for your part in, well, first of all, for all the work that your team does. This is an ongoing cycle. You'll be getting ready to start all over again, I know. But I also want to thank you for the part that you played in bringing several new board members up to speed. We really had to hit the ground running, and I've learned a whole lot about budgeting. So I want to thank your team. I also, I just want to make a statement that as a board member, I feel a tremendous responsibility with a budget like this to see funding like Anne Arundel County has never seen before. I feel a tremendous responsibility to the taxpayers, to the parents, to the students, to ensure that we are using the funds to directly benefit our students in every way possible. And I want to thank our county executive for what he was able to do for us, but I also really want to thank our county council for getting the audit back into our budget, because I think that's the best way, that the best move that we can make to, again, ensure that we are spending the money directly to the benefit of our students. So again, thanks to all involved.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Lai.
I believe, going back, I've been involved with the school system's budget process since 1996. I believe that's the first budget that I was sitting on that side of the dais that I was involved with. So I've seen budgets from John Gary and that county council, from Janet Owens, from John Leopold, from Steve Shue, and now from County Executive Stuart Pittman. And in these 23 years that I've been involved with this budget process, this is the most significant support that's ever been offered to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And I'm very heartened to hear my colleagues have a recognition of that. And I'm also heartened by Ms. Ellis's comments about, as I said, when we thought we were going to get this, that it's really on us now. I mean, for years, we as a school system, when I was sitting there where Alex is, was saying, just give us this much more and we'll be able to do X, Y, Z and have this, proof of concept that we can be much better, just give us the chance. Well, now we have our chance. And based on how we perform is going to have a lot to do with whether this does continue in the future. So I am extremely pleased with the support of the county executive and the county council. I'm very pleased with the cooperation and teamwork that this board showed in putting this budget together. And I will be very, very pleased and proud to cast my vote in support of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Mrs. Hummer.
All right, so bear with me. I'm going to read a little bit too. This is an amazing budget, and I want to thank the County Council and the County Executive for listening to this board and to the public when we cited the needs of the school system. Increased compensation for all staff members, including make-up steps for our loyal employees who've stayed with us since the recession, as well as additional teachers for reduction in class size, increased personnel to address social emotional health, special education, and our English language learners, hit all the top priorities we've been advocating for. I'm especially happy to see the addition of 6 assistant principals, as this is an addition I've been advocating for since I arrived on the board. I hope the public realizes how historic this budget is. Over the past 4 years that I've been on the board, the school system has received less than half of what we requested. This shortfall has resulted in larger class sizes, reduced program opportunities, and valuable staff lost to other systems. As board members, we have a duty to ask for the true needs of the school system in order to serve the precious children under our care. For too many years, even as the board asked and pleaded, the funds were not made available. Last year, in keeping with that duty to ask for what we truly need, I stated that this county must look at increasing taxes because under the current funding, we were barely treading water and were not able to meet the needs of our students adequately. I was chastised on this dais for being political by bringing up tax increases and told that the county had made it clear that they do not support that by the people elected to office. Well, I'm proud of this county for listening to me and to others and responding to what they've seen with their own eyes, that our schools were being held back from all they could be because of lack of funding. The people spoke, and November brought people into office for county council, county executive, and our state representatives who saw what many of us have been saying for years. I applaud our county councilman and the county executive for their clear eyes to the needs of the county, their vision for the future, and their prudence in voting for a reasonable and restrained increase. I thank the county executive and his team. I thank the county councilman who voted for the overall budget, and I thank the county councilman who, while they could not vote for the entire budget, did support and enhance the school system budget. This solidarity with the Board of Education and the school system is a welcome partnership and a sign we are all working toward the same goal of making AACPS the best place for all students, and I look forward to the challenge of putting these funds to work for our children.
Thank you, Mrs. Hummer. Mrs. Urea.
I would also like to echo the same sentiments from my fellow board members. And also, I am sad, as Mr. Grannon said, to see that the EEE program will not be expanded. But I think that really it does speak true to the expansion of the increase and how many facets were hit, whether it be teacher enrollment, compensation, mental health, special education. All of this was really included in the budget. I'm extremely excited to vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Urea. At this time, we will take any public comment on the budget. One card that I have, and then we'll welcome others up. And we've got 4 seats. I'm going to ask Mr. Shaknovich and Mr. Stansky to stay there so you don't have to come back if there's a follow-up. But we've got Russell Leone. And at this time, if there are 2 or 3 other people who would like to speak on the budget, now's the time. And then, as Mr. Grannon and others may have requested, we'll go back if board members have any final comments to make before our vote. Mr. Leone.
Good evening, President Gilliland, Vice President Urea, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. I'm Russell Leone, and I'm an elementary teacher and president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. So I want to acknowledge the immense amount of work that's gotten us here to this budget, and also the teachers' negotiated agreement that you'll be hearing or taking action on later. This has been a really important year for our teachers. Collectively, we came together to advocate for our students, for our schools, and our professions. More TAC members and SAAC members knocked on doors, made phone calls, emails. We marched in Annapolis in greater numbers than we've seen in years. Our goal was to raise awareness and to ask for what is right for our students, and that includes teachers who are valued and respected once again. You've seen us in red, and not just because these are really awesome shirts, but to make sure we were visible and we could expose ourselves and make ourselves available to open conversations with our community members. And so this year I want to say a tremendous thank you to our communities who have joined in speaking up for us and the value of our children's education. And I'm not going to lie, there were times these Wednesdays past that I found opportunities to just walk around the mall so I could be visible and find someone to talk to about how awesome our teachers are. And the support from the community has meant a lot to us. Our county executive and county council have kept their promises to education and have presented an education budget like we have not seen in my 20 years here. I must also thank this board for the requests that you've made on behalf of all educators in AACPS, the teachers, the support professionals, the administrators, all of us. I've visited many teachers in their classrooms and at various events over the course of this year, and I can say there is some optimism that's growing within our county and hope for the future of our profession. Now, don't get me wrong, I know there's still a lot of work that we need to do in the future to make our teachers whole. Now, I've also heard many times people have told me, if you want to see an organization's values, look at their budget and see where they're spending their money. And I have to say, by looking at this budget and what you've requested, we can see that you are valuing students and educators. And for that, we must say thank you. It's really nice to see that, that you have really shown in this budget that teachers are included in that list of who we value in the system. For that, I again say thank you to all of you and look forward to next year when we continue this work, because there is still more work to be done. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leone. Ms. Wilkerson.
Good afternoon. Helen Wilkerson, President of Secretary's Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. I'm in my hat, I'm in my comfy because it's summertime, and I'm so glad that we're on a break, but we're really not finished. First, I'd like to thank the board, the county council, county executive, for this lovely, gorgeous budget that you all have worked so hard for. Do not misinterpret that SAAC and the Unit 4 members are not grateful for the hard work and for the compensation that you have embarked upon us for this year. We are saddened today that we are not here at the table to ratify our contract at this time, but we hope and we pray that we will be at this table very soon to ratify a contract. We thank you for everything that you all have done, and hope that you all continue to do a great job for Anne Arundel County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkerson. Any further public comment at this time? Seeing none. Any final board comments? Mr. Grannon, did you want to say anything else? You had, oh, okay, excellent. At this time, then, we will call the vote. Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on the Board of Education's FY20 operating budget. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Urea this evening. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Enthusiastic aye. Thank you.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
8-1, motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you so much. We'll now move to item 4.02, which is the FY20 capital budget adoption. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend Board of Education approval and adoption of the County Council approved FY 2020 capital budget as presented.
Is there a motion?
A motion?
Second.
Great. We've got a motion and a second. Mr. Shaknovich.
Again, good evening. For the record, Alex Shaknovich.
Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And we're here to present item 4.02, which is once again an action item regarding the FY 2020 capital budget adoption, which took County Executive Pittman's recommendation as of May 1, 2019, and the council adopted a capital budget on the 14th of June 2019. We will highlight just a few items because unlike the operating budget, relatively few things change. But at the macro level, if you see on the far left side, the Board of Education's official request was for $172.2 million. The final actions at a county council resulted in a appropriations level budget for the Board of Education of $165.9 million. That's a 96.3% funding rate in terms of the percentage of the Board of Education's request being fulfilled. I'd like to thank both the county and state funding partners. Both the state and the county have put record levels of funding forward in the capital budget. And just to put things in perspective, to be able to pull off such a capital budget feat while simultaneously also undertaking an operating budget lift in the manner that we did at the state and the county level is, again, a year unlike any others. Just to bring to your attention a few minor items that changed, that have been altered modestly from our presentation that we made to you following the county executive's budget adoption. In the area of security-related upgrades, there was a modest reduction in terms of the funding level, and that was just to true up a state grant. So it was just a technical accounting adjustment, no change on the county side of the ledger. In terms of maintenance backlog reduction, the good news is that actually increased by $900,000. This board's well aware that we have well in excess of a $300 million backlog in terms of maintenance activities. So the $5.9 million worth of funding, including $900,000 extra dollars that we received by actions of the county council, will go a long way towards addressing that. Line item 25 did receive a modest, and by modest I mean a $34,000 reduction, and again that's a true up to a state grant from what was initially proposed or supposed to what the final grant documents depicted. And then finally, in athletic stadium improvements, priority item 28, there was a $100,000 increase, and that brought that line item up to full funding. So the amount of funding recommended was a match for what the budget's request was. In terms of total funding, again, I don't want to miss the opportunity to specifically thank and call out the state. Just under $41 million of this total 165.9 is coming from the state of Maryland and the citizens statewide. So with that, we will rest and entertain any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, and Ms. Seaman Crawford, thank you for all your help. We'll see you in 3 months for CIP, right? Start all over again.
We're starting next month.
We've got a couple of questions. We'll go with Mrs. Hummer and then Mrs. Corkadell.
This one isn't so much on the budget as just this had come up actually in previous discussions, and I'm afraid I might have given some wrong information, so I hope that y'all can verify. George Cromwell, where are we in construction on this? This $4 million, are we just starting that, or are we finishing that?
Oh no, this is the final $4 million in the whole project. So we're in a home stretch run on that.
That's what I thought, and that's what I'd said, but then I looked at it and thought, oh, I hope I didn't give the wrong information. So this is the last batch for George Cromwell. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Corkadell.
This is more of just a comment than a question for staff. There was one amendment that we had made on our side to the superintendent's recommendation, and that was for playground equipment improvements. And so I just wanted to point out, I think, the timeliness of based on some of our guests discussing recess. I just want to do a specific shout out of appreciation for the staff supporting that amendment that we passed for playground equipment, because that plays a very key role in some of the things that we were discussing earlier today, and I hope that they will continue to do that, because we do have a disparity that has naturally occurred over the course of the years as it relates to playground equipment on opportunities, and I'm really pleased to see that that the county is willing to help build on the successes and improvements that I know you have made and your staff have made in improving that from when I first saw it about 12 years ago and where we were at and where we are today. So congratulations, and I do very much appreciate the support of advocacy.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Corkadell. I'd be remiss if I didn't also thank Rick Anthony, who's the County Director of Recreation Parks. He actually is a big champion and actually advocates on our behalf in terms of our gymnasiums, our stadiums, our athletic functions, and our playground accounts. So Mr. Anthony also deserves our personal thanks.
Well, then I will personally extend that thank you to Mr. Anthony. He is a wonderful civil servant. I've had the fortune of working with him for many years, and he is a fellow Mayo resident neighbor of mine, and he does a great job because he really does care, as well as you guys. So thank you once again, and please tell Mr. Anthony if you see him before I do.
Thank you, Mrs. Corkadell. Mrs. Schalheim.
Again, I'm grateful for your advocacy on this side of the budget too, and for all of your hard work. I have a question. I have a couple questions. On line item 10, school bus replacement, does this set us back much? I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
No, ma'am. Actually, as I testified shortly after the county executive's budget, we track our mandatory bus buy cycles, and so this does not set us back. We do not have buses coming offline that we do not have sufficient funds to replace. So this was a purposeful cut done in collaboration with the county administration. We want to make sure that money is put to work, Ms. Schalheim. We don't like idle money sitting there. So given the scarcity of resources, if there is an element that we can work with the administration to have a reduction in so that those dollars can be redeployed to another line item that needs the funding, we work collaboratively in that regard each and every year. And so no, this line item does not set us back.
Good, that's good to hear. I have a question about major capital projects. This is a little far in the future, but I am curious. It looks like and if I'm reading this right, please, if I'm reading this wrong, please correct me. It looks to me that the money for design for West County Elementary School that we asked for was not funded at this point. I mean, we're talking year 2023, so I just want to be sure I'm not wrong. Does that sets that project back, though, does it not?
So the operating budget that's voted on is basically a one-year funding plan. And so the appropriation authority is for that 1 year, which is FY20. The rest is sort of like a forecasting or a planning document. So I will say in the out years, and certainly the further you get out, there's more variability. So we have various capital debt affordability ratios here in the county, and they're tied to things like personal income, property valuations, business valuations, et cetera. It's about 4 key indices that are tracked. And so they get recalibrated each and every year. So it is not uncommon to see projects that are further out, possibly initially not be forecasted for funding, or at least maybe forecasted in that year. But as we get closer and those spending affordability indices get more refined, and the county as a whole, including the Planning Advisory Board and the Spending Affordability Committee, have some more certainty around those revenue figures, then those previously unfunded projects become funded.
Okay.
If that
so I
helps.
shouldn't look at the red and worry, seeing as that those are off in the distance a fair bit.
Again, that is not an uncommon phenomenon, but you'll come to learn that those frequently get resolved over time.
So I see lots of smiles tonight. Does that mean that you're happy about this? We had a conversation about happiness related to the budget before. Does this make you happy?
Oh, yeah.
I'm delighted by this budget. Thank you.
That's Mr. Shaknovich's natural smile. So any other board questions at this time? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Again, thank you both for the presentation tonight. Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on the FY20 capital budget as presented. Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Item 4.03 is the ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. Ms. Rawls and Mr. Leone, are you joining her or just?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. Before presentation, this is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County.
Great. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Great. Thank you. Ms. Ross.
Yes, good evening. My name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County and the Board of Education have reached an agreement for fiscal year 2020, subject to your approval. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include, but are not limited to, 1 full step increase to all eligible Unit 1 employees. All Unit 1 employees will receive a 2% COLA, and there will be 1 back step for eligible Unit 1 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2008-2009 academic year and who have not changed bargaining units and have not reached the top of the salary scale. In addition, there will be 1 back step for eligible Unit 1 employees who did not receive a negotiated step in the 2009-10 academic year and have not changed bargaining units and also have not reached the top of the salary scale. The negotiating teams diligently work to reach an agreement that serves the best interest of the AACPS schools, TAC members, and also supports their commitment to Anne Arundel County Public Schools students, staff, and community. I would like to take a moment to thank Bill Jones, the Executive Director of TAC, Russell Leone, the President of TAC, for their dedicated efforts during the FY20 negotiations. On June 12, 2019, TAC ratified this agreement, and I respectfully request approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes. Thank you.
Mr. Leone.
Good evening. So I also would like to recognize Bill Jones. I know Ms. Antwine recognized him at the beginning. We worked very closely to come to this agreement, and while we know it has not done everything to make all of our teachers whole, this is a huge step forward for our teachers, and we do ask you that you do ratify this contract.
Thank you. And at this point, we'll ask for any board questions or comments if there are any. But first, I know Ms. Antwine said it earlier, and you just said it now. This outgoing picture of Bill Jones is really the first time I've seen him in a photo smiling. So I just want to also, I've known Bill for 25 or so years, and I consider him a personal friend. So he'll give me, a little bit of grief for saying what I just said. But on behalf of the board, I know it's breaking protocol maybe, but I just want to extend a congratulations to him on his retirement, and on behalf of us say thank you, and hope you convey that through TAC to him.
Well, I can assure you he's watching this evening, so he has heard you.
So, Mr. Jones, we just called you out. So we do have one board question. Mrs. Schalheim.
Oh, no questions here. I just wanted to say thank you to you both for working on this agreement, and I also want to recognize once again that although this is a wonderful, amazing first step, that we do have more work to do in the pay equity department, and I look forward to making that a priority next year.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Schalheim. Any further board comments or questions? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. This is a vote on item 4.03. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer. Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
9-0. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Leone. Item 4.04 is terms of employment for Unit 4 employees. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the terms of employment for Unit 4 employees for FY 2020.
Motion?
I move.
Second. Great. Thank you. Ms. Wilkerson, are you joining for any comments on this with Ms. Ross, or? No? Okay. Ms. Ross.
Thank you again for the record. My name is Melissa Rawls. Good evening again to Mr. Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County have not yet reached a tentative agreement for ratification. For this reason, I respectfully request the following terms of employment be established for Unit 4 employees for fiscal year 2020. These terms will continue in effect until a successor amended negotiated agreement is approved and ratified. The terms will include that no steps, COLAs, or longevity increases will occur, and that the 4-day work week will happen this year from July 3rd, 2019 through August 13th, 2019. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Rawls. We do have a couple of board questions. Ms. Antwine and then Mrs. Schalheim.
I just want to, we have an entire workforce that is affected by negotiations or the agreement's failures. And I want to thank that workforce because you continue despite it all. And I want to say, as a board member here, I am personally going to do what I can to ensure that this gets resolved as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Schalheim.
I too also want to recognize the workforce that this impacts, and I'm so utterly grateful every day for their service. And they are the backbones of our schools. Our schools cease to run without them. And this makes me sad, so I hope that you all are able to come to an agreement soon so we can give, especially the compensation piece, so that can get worked out and so that we can move forward in getting those members paid adequately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Schalheim. Any further board questions or comments on this item? Any public comment? Seeing none. Mrs. Connolly, this is a vote on item 4.04. Would you please call the roll?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. We'll now move to item 4.05, which is terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees. Ms. Ross.
Yes, thank you. Terms of employment have been established for AACPS's non-represented Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for fiscal year 2020. The following is a summary of recommended changes to include one step movement to all eligible Unit 5 employees and a 2% cost of living adjustment to all Unit 5F and Unit 6 employees. If I may clarify, initially it is for Unit 5A through E. In addition, there will be a 2% COLA provided to all Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees, as well as one back step given to eligible Unit 5, Unit 5F, and Unit 6 employees who did not receive a step as it relates to Unit 5 or a step equivalent increase for Unit 5F and Unit 6 in the 2008-2009 academic year. In addition, there will be one back step provided to eligible Unit 5A through E, Unit 5F, and Unit 6 employees who did not receive a step. The step is applicable to Unit 5A through E or a step equivalent for Unit 5F and Unit 6 employees in the 2009-2010 academic year. There will be no performance pay awarded to employees. And finally, the 4-day work week will occur from July 3rd, 2019 through August 13th, 2019. I respectfully request your approval of the terms of employment for FY20.
Thank you, Ms. Rawls. And, I neglected to ask for a superintendent's recommendation at the onset. So this is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for FY 2020.
So moved.
We've got a motion and a second. And at this time, are there any board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, this is a vote on item 4.05. Mrs. Connolly, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawn?
Aye.
Mr. Lybe?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
9-0, motion passes.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Rawls, thank you so much for your help.
Thank you.
Ms. Off, thank you. We'll now move to policy revisions in our third reading calendar. Item 5.01 is on third reading for final approval. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. And as I read my recommendation, I'll ask the board to sort of pay special attention. My recommendation is not in line with the conversation that this board has been having, and I want to make sure that there are no surprises. I am subject to final correction for style and format. I am recommending approval of policy II with an amendment that eliminates valedictorian and salutatorian honors.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Who's the motion coming from?
Mrs. Hummer made the motion. She just said so moved based on the text of the superintendent's recommendation. So as it stands now, that's the motion on the floor, but that motion can be changed if there's no second.
And the motion, it just means that we would discuss it. It doesn't mean that,
Well, that's, right, in
Right.
parliamentary rule, right now, that's the motion.
I just want to make sure
Yep.
it's coming from a member, I'm sorry.
Absolutely, yes, there's, a member has made that motion. Yeah. So is there a second to that motion as currently made? There is a second, and now certainly we're open for discussion at this point. Let me just ask, we've got no staff presentation, but were there any planned comments to be made, or just for board questions? Excellent, excellent. Okay, we've got a number of board questions and comments. We'll start with Mrs. Ellis.
Thank you, and forgive me, I'm a little bit confused by what just occurred, but, so we're visiting a revision to a current policy. At our last meeting, there was an amendment that was introduced, correct? So, should that perhaps be stated, and then we?
Yeah, according to Robert's rules,
Okay.
the motion that was made was based on the superintendent's recommendation. So naturally, we'll have a vote on that motion, and if that motion fails, and someone wants to make a motion to accept the verbiage that's in the second reading policy, then we could have done that. And again, it's just whatever motion came first. So we can vote this up or down, certainly after some dialogue and discussion and comment. Or, I think it's cleaner that way, because if we were to say, okay, I want to amend the superintendent's recommendation as the motion made by Mrs. Hummer, that might get a little convoluted. So the motion as stipulated now, that's live on the floor, is subject to final correction of style for format. The superintendent recommends approval of policy II with an amendment, and that's the amendment that's live on the floor with this motion, that eliminates valedictorian and salutatorian honors. That does not align with what we passed as an amendment that's live on second reading. So I want to make sure we're clear on the motion that's on the floor now.
So this is the motion that's on the floor, and we will be voting on that, and then can introduce
If
amendment.
someone wants to make an amendment to revert to the second reading that we passed at the prior meeting, we can certainly entertain that motion as well.
I see.
And I'm looking for board counsel. Up there, sorry, Mrs. Connolly was in the way. Just, if you could, because this, I want to make sure we're doing things absolutely correct. Can you just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay.
Rather than doing thumbs.
You can charge the same even if you do thumbs up, thumbs down.
It's difficult to pick up the thumbs up. For the
Only-
record,
only an
Darren
attorney
Burns.
would say that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Granite. Darren Burns, Board Counsel. Mr. Gilliland, you've summarized the parliamentary piece of this correctly. There was no motion until someone made a motion. It was Ms. Hummer's motion, which was to adopt the superintendent's recommendation. That verbiage is the motion that was seconded, and that's what's currently under discussion. There's nothing to prevent any board member from proposing a friendly amendment, another amendment. There's nothing to stop you from eventually having a vote and then having a different motion come up. But where you are right now is Ms. Hummer's motion was on the floor.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And you'll back Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Burns, if
Mr.
you
Burns,
could
just
stay.
to make sure I understand what you just said correctly, we don't need to vote on the motion on the floor before we can recommend it.
You do not. You're in the discussion mode. Who was the second on this?
Ms. Antoine.
Ms. Antoine's second is open the floor to discussion. From this point forward, whatever parliamentary maneuvers can be made, the floor is open to it.
And Mr. Burns, if I may, I may ask you to pull up a chair and stay, just because I think we're going to need your counsel.
That is your call, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Revert back, Mrs. Ellis. You
Right,
have-
so if I could, sorry. So I believe there is to be a motion to amend this policy. And so I would like to yield the floor to hear that motion, and then I have something to say.
Who are you yielding? And I'm only asking because just about every light is lit, so I don't know who.
Would Ms. Urea like to make an
Ms.
amendment?
Urea?
It would be the movement, wouldn't it?
So she
Is
yield her
it-
time to me?
Sure.
So as Mr. Gilliland said, there's a ton of lights on, so I just want to be brief. Although my original intent was bringing this policy forward from 2 years ago, was to get rid of valedictorian and salutatorian as well. I understand that that was a very eager, ambitious change for the community. And from my standpoint, I got a lot of emails and public comment talking about specifically Val and Sal and how they wanted to keep that for tradition or various reasons. So naturally, I amended as at second reading for a compromise, as many board members are probably going to speak about today. So I would like to, if possible, call the vote on the motion from Ms. Hummer right now to go forward.
Okay, that motion takes precedent at this point. That requires two-thirds majority. This is just on the motion to call the vote.
I second.
Okay. So, Mrs. Connolly, normally I do yeas and nays on the subsidiary motions, but I'm going to ask for a roll call. And this vote will require 6 votes of the board. Just to call the vote.
So this is a motion to call the vote. It's not a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation.
Correct.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Ms. Shawhan?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Granite?
Aye.
Mr. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Okay, so that's 9-0. Motion passes
Motion
to
passes.
call the vote.
Now we will call the vote on the motion. I want to be clear that we know what we're voting on. It's Mrs. Hummer's motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve policy II with an amendment that eliminates valedictorian and salutatorian honors. That motion's been made by Mrs. Hummer, seconded by Ms. Antoine. and we'll now call for that vote.
Ms. Urea?
Nay.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Ms. Shawhan?
Nay.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
And Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Okay, so if I'm correct, Mr. Grannon and Ms. Hummer voted in favor?
No.
No.
Mr. Grannon was a no.
An emphatic no.
So you were a no. You were an emphatic no. And Ms. Hummer voted nay also. That's 9-0.
She voted aye.
She voted yay.
Yeah.
She voted yay.
Oh, goodness.
8-1 motion fails. And I think, let me just make a suggestion. I know some of us like to get a little fancy. I think we need to say yay and no. Like, no does not rhyme with
Or
yay.
yay and nay,
Yeah, because
not nay.
yay and nay just rhyme too much.
Okay, so the result of that vote was 1 in the positive and 8 in the negative, and the motion
fails. At this point, we'll entertain any new motions. Ms. Urea.
I motion for the approval of policy 2, the grading policy. I'm sorry, with the amendment from second reading that I introduced.
Second.
Okay, so that motion has been made, it's been seconded, and what that is, just so the board is very clear, that is accepting the language that was proposed in second reading, and just for the record, so we're clear, I'd like, Ms. Urea, if you'd be willing to summarize what that was. We don't need to read every bullet, but just to summarize what that was and the intent behind it.
Sure, so my amendment created a section B that essentially created guideline, or created a policy addition for designating a graduating valedictorian salutatorian from summa cum laude application-based, as well as stipulating an 8 that AACPS will not calculate class rank for students. And the new valedictorian and salutatorians would not only be chosen from summa cum laude, but would be chosen based on character, leadership, scholarship, and service.
Okay, and then, just in the interest of public transparency, that is the verbiage that is in the current, that's on our website, that's showing in the board docs software platform. So that motion has been made, it's been seconded, and now we'll open up for board comments. And because we originally went to you, Ms. Ellis, I'll continue if that's okay.
Thank you very much. So I have a few things to say. It's very important that we're very transparent, and that everyone who is listening or paying attention, because there seems to be a lot of opinions about this topic, that that everyone understands where we are now and what is being proposed. So what we have right now is it's a GPA-based class rank with thousands of a point potentially separating the top dozen students. Currently, we give the titles of valedictorian and salutatorian to the 2 students earning the highest GPAs in their class, but these are not the students to address their class at the graduation ceremony. So first, it's important to talk about what valedictorian and salutatorian mean. Those titles are from Latin words that mean, valedictorian means to bid farewell. Currently, we give this title to a student and do not give them the honor of addressing their class at the graduation ceremony. Salutatorian is a greeting. Currently, we have a salutatorian awarded a title who does not address their class. So the question becomes, should we even offer the titles of valedictorian and salutatorian? And yes, this question was brought up to us just a couple years ago, and this board chose to maintain those titles. And when the question came up again a few weeks ago before the current board, I found it was apparent in the discussion that there was not likely to be 5 votes to eliminate those titles. And I think we just saw that that's the case. And while I do not have a strong opinion on that question, I did vote against eliminating those titles. I do feel it is an honorable and worthwhile tradition to maintain those titles and honoring the top 2 students of their class. The problem we're faced with now is that using GPA as the sole determining factor of who will be receiving those titles has become antiquated and frankly detrimental to our students. School systems like Anne Arundel County offer many different choices to students than they did 20 or 30 years ago when many of us were in school. Additionally, there are far more experiences available to students outside of the classroom than there were in our time as students. Colleges and universities recognize this fact, which is why the application process is much more complex than it used to be. This is also why over 50% of high schools in our nation do not use class rank. Students in Montgomery County and Fairfax County, 2 top performing school systems like our own, see their students still gaining acceptance into top universities long after eliminating the practice of using class rank. We have heard testimony from students within our own school system and beyond telling us regretful decisions that they have made based on chasing this number of class rank. For me, the very most compelling testimony, and the one that solidified my feelings on this issue, was when a young lady, valedictorian of her class, told us that she gave up the opportunity of an internship at Johns Hopkins to be able to take just 1 more AP class to edge out the next student in the chase for that top spot. Based upon what I know about the college application process, whatever student did take that internship was likely a high-achieving student as well and would have looked more favorable on his or her application having had that experience. So why do we still have a policy that creates the kind of competition that causes students to make poor choices for themselves? I am in favor, as I said, of continuing to offer the titles of valedictorian and salutatorian, but those titles must go to students who are truly top students, which by today's standards means students who are driven beyond the classroom and better prepared for college or employment. I do understand that there's concern about the method that we would use to determine those titles under this new policy. I've never been one to believe that just because something is a little more difficult or complicated means that it should not be done. This does not have to turn into a popularity contest, as some have expressed concern about. It would not be that difficult to determine a point system that captures all of the qualities that are being established as criteria in this policy. I have read enough in my own online research to know that we are not reinventing the wheel here, and there are other school systems to be found who are using a similar practice. I trust that AACPS can talk with other school systems and weigh the various options that, as they're creating new regulations, to come up with a system that is not only fair, but will better determine and better encourage high-achieving students to forge a path for themselves that will lead to endless opportunities for their future. And finally, I have been stricken by the amount of misunderstanding and misinformation that still seems to be circulating around this policy consideration. I continue to read and hear comments that we're somehow seeking to dumb down our students and create an every child gets a trophy atmosphere. I challenge anyone to look a summa cum laude student in the eye and tell them that they did not work hard and perform exceedingly well, the top of their class, for that honor. Let me remind anyone who's listening that the new policy only makes the titles of valedictorian and salutatorian available to students who have achieved a GPA of 4.3 or higher. Some school systems offer the title of valedictorian to all of those students who reach the highest benchmark of GPA that they have set. We're still looking to have only 1 valedictorian and 1 salutatorian selected among a group of students who have achieved the honor of summa cum laude. I will be supporting Ms. Uraya's amendment to this policy, and I ask my fellow board members to please consider everything I have said and do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Lai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some may believe that the challenge to earn a high-class rank and be valedictorian or salutatorian of your class is unhealthy, unnecessary, and counterproductive to the purpose of the education system. In the quest to do away with class rank and alter the method of determining val-sal, many, including neighboring school systems, cite unhealthy competition as one primary reason. However, labeling competition as unhealthy does a great disservice to our students. Yes, competition is stressful, but this stress should and can be beneficial in later life. Stress in our students' younger years can and should be a learning experience to train students to deal with difficult situations that they will surely continue to encounter, either in post-secondary education or in the job market. Another argument against class rank and the titles of val-sal is that it may cause students to take classes they may not want to take. The concern being that students will not take such classes because they enjoy them, but rather only to better their GPA. But honestly, who really enjoys school anyway? And carrying this thought a little further, I don't. What is the difference between the race for valedictorian, practically requiring students to take classes they may not enjoy, and schools actually requiring students to earn a certain number of credits in mandatory subjects that they cannot stand? Those two things are pretty amazing to look at. This whole effort, at least to me, appears to be catering to the lowest common denominator. Satisfying all will lead our education system to fall apart piece by piece. Many students will no longer be motivated to work hard to earn class rankings. This year it is val-sal and class rank. What will come next? Maybe open space classrooms. Oh, sorry, we already tried that, and it failed miserably. Heck, why give grades at all? Why not do away with weighted grades while we're at it? After all, we've been informed that colleges, in their infinite wisdom, already basically completely reassemble a student's record into their own systemic approach for admission anyway. So why do we need grades? So when it comes right down to it, I'm convinced that competition is healthy, academic stress is meaningful and can be beneficial, and course selection is a student's choice, and we should not criticize that choice. I cannot and will not vote to eliminate class rank and turn the determination of val-sal into a very subjective evaluation and selection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Mrs. Schallheim.
So I've thought about and prayed about this issue a lot. At first, I was a solid no. Why would anyone want to get rid of a system that has been in place for years? Why would we not want to honor our highest scholastic achievers? This was the way it was done when I went through, although I was nowhere near the top of my class. And what about scholarship opportunities? If we get rid of val-sal, aren't we also making those opportunities for our highest academic achievers disappear? And so I did a lot of listening. I did a lot of learning. I listened to our wonderful staff. Thank you, Dr. McMahon, for all of your data. I listened to our VP, Ms. Urea. I listened to a room full of students who came to testify. I wrote an article in the June Severna Park Voice, asked for and received tons of feedback. I have been a dead no on this issue. I've been an enthusiastic yes on this issue. And for the last several weeks or so, I've been a yes, a no, and a maybe, sometimes all at the same time. So while we live in an ever-changing world. Nothing is how it was in 1994 when I graduated high school. Ideas and standards have changed. Our job market has changed. College admissions criteria have changed. What was the standard for our students has changed. Weighted GPAs did not exist when I went through high school, and I had no idea what the Latin honor system was until this year. Over the past several weeks, I have heard from students, parents, and community members, each with passionate arguments one way or another, and I have genuinely considered all of them. Thank you for taking the time to write me and share your perspective. I'd like to address some of the concerns I heard. School systems have begun to move away from the Val-Sal system in favor of the Latin honor system. In fact, now about 50% of high schools don't use class rank according to the National Association for College Admissions Counseling. For those out there in the audience and listening and who aren't familiar with the Latin honor system, that is entirely determined by GPA. Any student with a weighted 4.3 GPA or higher earns summa cum laude. Any student with a weighted GPA of 4.0 but less than 4.3 earns a magna summa cum laude, and any student with an unweighted GPA of 3.4 or higher earns cum laude. AACPS currently has this system in place at all of its high schools. According to AACPS research, class rank has no impact on either admissions or scholarships for the following universities, and that includes the Naval Academy, and this is just a small list of examples. The Naval Academy, University of Maryland College Park, Towson, Yale, McDaniel, Johns Hopkins, Harvard, Virginia Tech, Princeton, Caltech, Brown University, MIT, University of Chicago. I'm sure the list is way, way longer than that if it was exhaustive. Montgomery, PG, and Allegheny counties have done away with class rank. Last week, Howard County voted to do the same. Talbot County is considering it. Although one might read in the dictionary that valedictorian is the highest academic achiever, some schools have redefined that, and those include Long Beach Polytechnic in California, who designates all students who earn straight A's valedictorians. At Washington Lee in Virginia, all students with a weighted GPA of 4.0 or above are named valedictorian. In Dublin, Ohio, every student earning a GPA of 4.1 or above is determined to be a valedictorian. And there are other examples out there. Anyone who strives for greatness can be recognized for their scholastic achievement. We do this right now with our Latin honor system, and this is the way that colleges and universities have been moving. In the research that I did and that the school staff have done, there are very, very, very few, if any, valedictorian-only scholarships still out there. So I argue that this would have no impact on that. I have grappled with the subjectivity argument the most. Properly redefining Val and Sal will take thought, care, and effort that I know Dr. Alato and his staff, in coordination with the board, will produce a thoughtful way of honoring both scholastic achievement and the other wonderful facets that make our students the well-rounded people that they are. What in life doesn't have an element of subjectivity? College admissions are subjective and consider a student's GPA, personal statement, extracurricular activities, high school curriculum, range and median of students' GPAs, range and median of SAT and ACT scores, AP exam scores, and grade distribution of the class, recommendations, etc. Job interviews are subjective, job selection is subjective, some clubs and organizations admissions are subjective beyond high school. Scholarships are subjective. Students should not be defined by a number. They are a GPA, they're an athlete, they're an actor, they're a musician. They do service projects, they participate in student government, they participate in unified sports, debate, robotics, they participate in scouting, they are doing internships. Some of our students have security clearance. They are so much more than number 1, 5, 50, 100, 471. Ultimately, that is the heart of this vote for me. The Latin honors system currently in place allows all students to follow their passions, to take the courses that interest them, to not give up on band or the school play in favor of one more AP, and to also complete an internship at Johns Hopkins. Change is hard. I hope that we can be brave and do what's best for our students and lead. I am in support of Ms. Urea's amendment, and after we vote on this, I do have motions for other amendments to it. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Antwine.
I just want to say, first of all, Josie, thank you for bringing this issue and the concerns that go along with this issue to the forefront. I am one that has always loved school. I own library cards in about 3 different states, and the Library of Congress and otherwise. What helped my decision making in this one, because it was rough. I went back over to the Library of Congress, in fact, Josie, to look up some real details on this subject matter, and I did not find any direct correlation to some of the issues that were brought up and the title of valedictorian or salutatorian. But I did see faces during those graduations. I did see tears of joy and pride and otherwise, and that helped me to make my decision to keep the status quo. These students work very hard, make a lot of sacrifices, and they deserve that title. They deserve that #1 spot if they get it. They also deserve the Latin honors. I love that Anne Arundel County has chosen to do both. I challenge all those influencing their decisions, teachers, administrators, counselors, because there are underlying issues there that we work together to eliminate those issues, but not eliminate the process that has worked for our county. Thank you.
Mrs. Hummer.
So I echo many of the comments of my colleagues, and I respect everyone's position on this topic. There are very valid and thoughtful arguments on all sides of this. I have long been a proponent of eliminating class rank, and with it, the designations of valedictorian and salutatorian. When our school systems offered one set course of studies for all students, Val-Sal was an objective criteria that measured students equally, apples to apples. However, today we offer dozens of programs and courses of study, all of which are rigorous, but many of which offer opportunities for weighted grades that others do not, thus making it an apples to oranges to pineapples comparison between students' coursework. On top of that, often students in the top 5, 10, or even 25 of a class have GPAs that differ by thousandths of a point. I find that level of distinction between individual students too fine of a sliver to name one student above another. Thus, I believe that Val-Sal is a tradition that has run its course. I believe the Latin honors system more appropriately recognizes outstanding academic achievement across the variety of programs we offer and allows more students to be recognized and celebrated. The broader recognition of excellence has encouraged students to challenge themselves against the Latin honors standard, and it's been an awesome sight to see the many gold, silver, and bronze stoles at graduations. 2 meetings ago, I voted with reservations for the compromise language that would eliminate class rank but create an alternative subjective means of selecting a Val-Sal. At the time, I thought this was a compromise I could make in order to achieve the ultimate goal of eliminating class rank. However, while I appreciate and respect Ms. Urea's efforts to maintain this Val-Sal tradition while also attaining that goal, I have determined that I cannot support this alternative selection process. While well-intended, I believe a subjective selection process will only increase the stress on our top students rather than alleviate it. Under the current system, a student must only achieve the highest GPA. Under a subjective system, a student will not have a clearly defined criteria. Instead, there will be the ambiguity of, do I have enough? Is my portfolio complete enough to be chosen as Val, or do I need to add more community service, more clubs, another mission trip, another part-time job? Our most motivated and highest achieving students will feel laden with added requirements, as well as the uncertainty and the anxiety that goes with that. Instead of our goal of addressing and ameliorating student mental health issues, I fear we would only be exacerbating student anxiety and stress. For that reason, I cannot vote for this policy as amended with the alternative Val-Sal selection criteria. I believe this compromise language actually fails to address the priorities of any board member. For those who believe eliminating class rank will help improve mental health, the subjective Val-Sal will eliminate any of the benefits by increasing the pressure on the top students. For those who believe in the importance of class rank and recognizing top academic performance through ValSal recognitions, this plan actually dilutes the honor of ValSal by creating what some community members have called a popularity contest rather than honoring top academic performance. I believe the time has come to eliminate class rank and ValSal's distinctions entirely, but if that cannot be done at this time, I believe the current process of Latin hours and the Latin honors and the traditional ValSal selection is a better alternative than a subjective selection process that increases student stress and anxiety, muddies the meaning of valedictorian, and doesn't truly address any of the concerns, doesn't truly totally address any of the concerns of individual board members.
I'll try not to be repetitive here. I did vote to move the amendment forward and the original one forward because I honestly believe that every board member should have the opportunity to have their motion brought forth, debated, considered, and so board members can independently make a decision based on all the information, not on preconceived motions that they bring to the table prior to any such motion. Ms. Uria, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it allowed the community to debate something that started perhaps on the dais a couple years back when Latin Honors was adopted as a compromise and continues to this day. And clearly there is not it is not unanimous as to how we feel. But I do think that when I personally consider it, I do want to share where I'm coming from. As Ms. Ellis brought up on at least one or two occasions, that we bring with us our experiences, our heart, and our families, and take that into account. And I have a daughter who did graduate last year, and she was in the top 10 of her class. I will not give her specific rank, but the school system has chosen to allow speeches not to necessarily be granted to the ValSal. In their case, many chose not to even apply for the speech because they felt that the valedictorian had earned the recognition and deserves those moments in time. We also had an honest conversation about how she felt about the pressures. And I believe she shares what many of her other fellow students had shared and continue to, that whether it's for academic purposes, for sports, for engineering, for robotics, for music, for dance, when our children pick a passion, they go after it with all of their heart and soul. And it is up to the parents and the counselors to make sure that it is done in a healthy manner. Coping skills need to be built upon, and clearly there are deficiencies there. Some of them are a matter of resources, and I'm very proud to say that we advocated for those resources and will continue to do so each and every single year for mental health. But at no moment in time was I presented with specific site studies that quantify that specifically valedictorian in trying to achieve it creates a dynamic that is any different than any other achievement that people seek at this time. Yes, universities and colleges and schools are rethinking how we approach entry into colleges and universities, but not everyone is on board yet. I took an oath to make sure we stand by our students, and I do not believe that it is our purview as a board to shut doors. So until all the universities and colleges that are at least recognized by our students in application have reached this consensus, I think we have an obligation to keep that door open for a while. The addition of the Latin honors is the recognition of our top students. They're being recognized with cords and as such. However, the student that is just academic, by the elimination of the Val and Sal opportunity, will have no achievement on award day because it'll be possibly given to somebody else who already has those awards. There will be no opportunities to strive to succeed, even though every other category, every magnet, every signature that we create just about has an award, whether it be for music, for art, for dance. Those students will also get very specialized scholarships. Only a dance student can get a dance scholarship. Only a football player can get a football scholarship, by and large, unless they're very athletic. There are a few exceptions that go up through the ranks from time to time. But at the end of the day, some people want to be the best and want to be number one in academics. And I don't think that it is our purview to make that determination when we allow the continuation of opportunities for every other passion. That is why we have magnets in the first place. There will be one day, perhaps, when the universities and all the schools get together and say, let's think how we do this different. There are many times that AACPS has been on the edge, on the cutting edge, as it relates to diversity, narrowing that achievement gap. And we receive awards internally and externally to those efforts. But this is not the moment in time to be on the cutting edge, because if I shut that door for just one child, maybe that child doesn't have the opportunity, their parents don't have the credit to take out that student loan in the first place. I have not been given substantiated evidence that reflect that although anything but progress in that matter. I would encourage the staff to continue to monitor this. I'd like to come back maybe in a couple years if the situation has changed. But currently I do not see enough evidence to that effort. But as I said in the beginning, it does come down to our personal experiences. And both my son, who's currently enrolled, and my daughter, who just recently graduated and was faced, she was a STEM student and still managed to achieve that. And there is no indication by her guidance counselors or otherwise that she could not have hit the number one if she had made that decision. She chose to take a slightly different path and dedicate some time and to volleyball sport, made captain of both JV and V instead. So she did make that choice. She made it on her own, and it was made collaboratively as a team. When I hear students tell me that they had no choice or that they felt the pressure to do that, I would hope that the families and that the schools would continue to support to well guide them. On one last note, I heard during the during the Education Excellence Awards, Dr. Arlotto talked about one of the best advices and speeches he had ever heard were teachers who said that they wanted to give an opportunity for students to fail. What we're talking about is the pressures of those who did not make valedictorian, and that is one of our responsibilities, is to teach that lesson. I want to thank the staff for their thoroughness in providing us with information. It started at the policy committee, and I asked some of the same questions that I am now addressing, and I do feel that they adequately well addressed them. Personally, when I analyze it and I look to where we should be, I think that this is not the moment in time, and I will be a no until I know that I am not shutting a door for a student and that I am not removing an opportunity of failure, which is just as important as the opportunity success that would be removed by either the original motion of Ms. Hummer or by the amended one presented in the prior meeting and reaffirmed tonight by Ms. Urea. Neither keep all the doors open. And as I said, I just want to reemphasize that this is the only academic achievement that's truly academic. And we do have students that just focus on academics. There is nothing about a well-rounded student that replaces that. This is not about being opposed to saying who's the well-rounded MVP versus the captain of the team. If someone wants to create another award for award nights at every single school and add a couple more minutes to a very long night, which I would be happy to sit even another hour if that's what it meant. But to remove this and to dynamically change, lastly, I'll just point out the Val Sal
is not our place to define. That was defined a long time ago, and I do not think that we have the power and authority to redefine it. We're not redefining it, we're just borrowing the terminology to create a new award. Because Val and Sal has a tradition that dates back well beyond any of our terms, and will continue, I believe, for at least a few more years to come.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Okay, I'll try to be brief because it's late and this has been a years-long conversation, so I don't think anybody up here is in doubt as to how they're going to vote. I don't think we're changing anybody's minds anymore. But I will just briefly say that I do appreciate hearing the views of my colleagues. I agree with literally every word you just said, and Mr. Leib, I agree with everything you said except for not liking school. So everything you guys both said, I agree with all of those principles. I am, however, going to vote yes in favor of Ms. Urea's amendment, and I just want to briefly explain why. I guess it was back in 2017 when this issue first came up, at least during my tenure, and it was pretty clear heading into that meeting that we did not have the votes to save valedictorian and salutatorian, and I went ahead anyway, headlong, and gave my reasons as to why we should have it. And it was in this room, through discussion, through presentation, back and forth with you all, that minds got changed, and we were able to keep it. I was very surprised to see only a short time later, basically another attack on that. But when there was an outcry, including from me and from the public and lots of different, constituents, I said I was going to do it before. I'm going to do it now. I think Ms. Urea showed what real leadership is. Real leadership is not when people don't agree with you, you just talk louder. Real leadership is not when you don't get your way, you just stamp your foot and just kind of condemn the other side. You have to listen to all points of view and change your positions, and that is what she did here. She came into this with one proposal, and then she listened to all sides, and she changed her position. That kind of compromise, that's real leadership. That's threading the needle. And although I agree with every single thing in principle that you all just said, and was impassioned in my support of valedictorian and salutatorian under the current system in 2017, I'm not willing to have this be like a political football that keeps getting attacked year after year, and then one member changes on this board, and then it's under attack again, and we keep taxing the public. More public comment, more public comment. It's confusing to the public. I don't actually believe, and I'm going to say this now despite my vote, I do not believe that we got the full public comment that it was actually warranted on this issue now, because just 2 years ago we got more public comment on this issue than any issue. So I don't think that's good government. I don't think that's good governance to keep coming at an issue over and over again. So I'm voting for this because I think it is a very reasonable compromise, and because I think it will help save and maintain valedictorian, salutatorian, which is what I want. That's what I care about. I want to read about the 26 valedictorians and salutatorians that this county is going to send forward each and every year, I hope for the next 10, 20, 30 years, until I'm too old to care anymore. All right, so this is a great compromise. I think it's going to protect valedictorian, salutatorian, and although I agree with everything that some of my other colleagues have said here about maintaining traditions for academic excellence and not worrying about too much competition, I do think that this is the best compromise for this time, and I commend Ms. Urea for trying to find a way through this for all of us, so we don't have to keep coming back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Mrs. Ellis.
I just want to remind everyone who may not be voting in favor of this amendment that that student who gave up the Hopkins internship would likely have given up the title that we offer her by our criteria had she taken that internship. We encouraged her to do that through our policy. That's why I'm voting in favor of the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. I'm going to ask if the board members would suspend momentarily so we can get some public comment. But before then, I just want to ask one clarifying question, if I may, and that's related to, what are we at here? Sorry. I guess we're in section 7. Number 8, AACPS may not calculate class rank for students. So if and when that class rank is requested because of a need, is that class rank provided?
If we were to vote no on class rank, there would be no class rank provided.
Even if it's mandatory for a college application? I know
Right.
we've
That's
talked about there are
correct.
few and far between, so we would, to the best of your knowledge, in the other school systems where class rank is not calculated, what happens when a student needs that for?
You provide a profile of the school, and in that profile of the school, a grade distribution is provided. And so the school gets to know that there are X percentage of the class at 4.5 or above. There's X percent of the class at 4.0 to 4.5. And so you can actually know there are 575 students in a class, 10% of them are at the top. And so we know that that's 57 students that live at that high, we would call that summa cum laude, right? That tells an institution of higher education where the student falls. And to be in the top 1 or 2% of the class for all of the institutions that we had personal conversations with, which is over 50 major institutions, there was no issue there. No issue. They do want to know if you offer class rank. But if the answer is no, then they want to know what's the grade distribution look like to see where students fall. And they want to know if you were in the 1, 2, 3, or 5% of the graduating class.
And to the best of your knowledge, I will say if I could copy and paste Mr. Grannon's comments and make them my own, I would. And Mr. Grannon and I, maybe for not 100% of the same reasons 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago now, but probably about 90% of the same reasons, voted at that time respectfully against the superintendent's recommendation to eliminate VALSAL. We voted to maintain it for probably 90% of the same reasons. And so that's why I can say, no offense to him, but I could copy and paste what he just said. The one exception is that I do have some concerns about class rank. So my follow-up question, if I may, is to the best of your knowledge, school systems that have eliminated, do you know of any students who have had college application, denial is not the word I want to use, but consequences may be a better word, more loose word in this case. Have there been consequences in those school systems when a student is submitting, in place of a class rank numerical value, a profile that in essence says, here, whether it's Latin honors or whatever else that profile may be, has there been any consequence to that, to your knowledge?
So we asked that direct question, and many of the institutions we talked to said 5 to 10 years ago, the answer would have been yes. And now the answer is no. And the answer is no because they all speak of multiple variables that they look at. And one of them, if you happen to use class rank, they'll say, give it to us. But if you don't use class rank, they look at the 1, 2, 3, 5% of the top of the class, and they make that equivalent C. They use other variables. They want to know about service and leadership. They want to know about those. They want to know what your GPA is. So they really want to know what the rigor of the coursework is that you took while you were in high school. Did you avail yourselves of the rigorous coursework that is offered that fits who you are as a student and pushes you to reach a potential greater than you may have reached if you didn't avail yourself of the rigor. So it's a combination. It's dynamic, and we call the institutions that our students go to. So the list that Ms. Schalheim read early has a great variety of institutions on it. It has that variety because those are where students apply. There's about 100 institutions that are the top 100 institutions where students apply from Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We call to 50 of them personally, right? And we heard across the board, no issues. You'll see one institution on the list that we found, and it was McDaniel College, said limited to no impact on losing rank. When we had the conversation with McDaniel College, they said, as long as you can give us a percentage of where you fell in the class, there is no issue.
Great, thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
McMahon. If it's okay with the board and certainly with everyone here, I'd like to ask for public comment at this point, and then there may be some comments at the end that board members want to make. I might have a summary comment as well. So if it's okay, thank you. So we've got, and I apologize in advance for mispronouncing names here, Megan Figueres, Emily Zerilli, Claire Zerilli, I think it's Emily Hogarty, and that's all that I have. So that's 4 cards. We've got 6 seats. If there's anyone else in the audience that did not sign up that would like to say a few words, we've got 2 extra seats.
Hi, my name is Megan Figueres, and I'm the most recent valedictorian from Rodnick High School. I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today in opposition of eliminating class rank. I know a prominent concern of class rank is the detriment to mental health. However, I can confidently say that I do not regret a single moment I spent studying. Yes, there were long nights, and yes, there were nights I really wanted to quit. But the study skills and work ethic I learned have prepared me well for college and the workforce. While I feel so bad for the student who gave up the Johns Hopkins internship, I was still able to have a well-rounded schedule and maintain the top GPA in my class. I have a lot of volunteer hours. I volunteered at the hospital every week. I played both sports and unified sports and was still able to achieve valedictorian. Mental health is important, but competition is part of life. I recently went through the grueling college application process and competed for a spot in college. I will then compete for a spot in med school a few years later, and then I will compete for a job, and then I will compete for promotions in my job. This is just the first step of many. While I know getting into a top-ranked school is not everyone's dream, and that there are many ways to be successful, and I believe our school board does a really good job of recognizing many different talents, I firmly believe that all students should have the opportunity to be a competitive applicant in these very selective pools, and I believe that eliminating class rank will only hurt their chances of admissions. I visited 22 colleges in my college search, which was a little excessive, but but that is almost half the sample of the colleges that were spoken to. And I know many of them, including Duke, said that class rank is a major part of their college application process. I will be attending the University of Notre Dame in the fall, and they advertise proudly that 38% of their applicant class is in the top 1% of their class. So I feel confident in saying that my class rank was an asset to my college application. And I know that wasn't the only thing, and that there are many pieces to the puzzle, but it is an important piece, and I urge you not to take away that piece. Students in the board, it is not a measure of your self-worth, what your class rank is, but it is an opportunity, just like all the other test scores, to display to colleges your work ethic over the past 4 years, and students have worked hard. So please, please continue to allow students to show this part of themselves in their application process. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I'm here in regards to class rank in the valedictorian system, and I believe that the system of determining valedictorian should be kept the same, with the addition of a separate recognition according to the standards that wanted to be implemented for the qualities of service, leadership, and character. I believe that the system is subjective, and not all students. Everyone's character is different, so it's going to be hard to determine a universal system. And I I believe that the competition that class rank has is a good thing, and without competition, people will lose their drive to become great, and it will stop them from pushing themselves, and will allow students to discover skills they never knew that they thought they had because they were driven to do something to push themselves and to take that one step further to learn more and achieve accomplishments. I also believe that competition is inevitable. So when students graduate, they're going to face competition in the real world, and I think high school is that base that sets up this competition that they'll need in the future. And it said that class rank has will have stress, but stress is vital for life. It pushes us so that we are able to succeed and do well. And also with the aspect of mental health, it's not the school is not. It's more of the phones that are like the social media aspect of mental health. And since it said that this is the first generation we've seen such an increase of like mental health problems, but this is also the first generation that phones have contributed a lot to our education. And I believe that GPA and class rank is not of the problem, and it's more of the phones. So like the real question is why now, and then is it a big deal now? So instead, the valedictorian should be based on class rank and create another separate award that could be determined with the other thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Damn it.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I am in elementary school. I like working hard to get good grades. I hope to go to college someday. Class rank is a way that I will know if my grades are good enough to get into the colleges I choose. I want to go to Duke. I want to be a nurse or a lawyer or a representative or a senator. I want a high class rank, but class rank will not be there for me when I'm older. I think I am a good student and want to stay that way. Duke is hard to get into. Class rank will support me. Class rank has a good purpose in the world. Thank you for listening.
Emily, thank you so much for being here tonight, and for Emily is my wife's name too, so it's one of my two favorite names. My daughter's Michelle, so thank you for being here. It's such a pretty name, and I can't say go Blue Devils because they were arch rivals for Maryland for a while, but Duke is a great school, and I wish you all the best. So thank you.
Good evening, President Gilliland and members of the Board of Education. My name is Claire Zarelli. I am the proud mom of Emily, and also back there, Elizabeth Zarelli, who spoke at the last meeting on this subject, and a third child who is not so concerned with class rank. I would like to bring to your attention today some many positive benefits of class rank. I'd like to start out with the fact that as a high school student myself, I had a pretty high class rank, top 10. I was proud of that. It was also beneficial because I was only a so-so lacrosse player. I was not the kind of charismatic individual who would get elected to a leadership position, although I volunteered and had a coordinator type position in student government. I was not one of those people that was musical, unfortunately, and art at that time had no recognition. Honors art was a program, but there was no recognition for the arts. So class rank was good for me, gave me self-esteem, didn't ever care whether I was 1 or 2, but I was proud to have a class rank that showed my leadership in academics and that would get me into the college of my choice. I see lots of people like that today. I see them at the top echelon of Broadneck High School. I see them very happy to support their friends in that top 10 position, whoever ends up winning the thousandths of a point to end up in Megan's position in the class of 2020. They will be happy for that person because they know just how hard that person worked. They worked exactly the same hard. In terms of choices, yes, I agree 100% with what these two ladies have said. In high school, you're going to start learning that the world makes you make choices. Yes, you might have to give up an internship if you want to be the #1 academician in your high school. My son, the one that doesn't care so much about class rank, graduated a year ago. He chose to spend his senior year away from home playing hockey. He finished his courses. He had good academic progress up through his junior year, but because he did not take a full course load in his senior year, his class rank dropped quite a bit. He still, thanks to the Latin honor system, he still had a GPA worthy of a STOLA graduation. He was proud of that. But he also chose to pursue his passion. And he chose to pursue it despite knowing it would get him a decrease in class rank. That's okay, because colleges are smart today. Colleges are smart enough to listen to your application if you take the time to write it. They are smart enough to listen to your interest level. Did you visit the campus? Did you have an alumni or on-campus interview? They are listening to the students themselves. They don't need class rank to tell them all about the student. They're listening to the student. So if you gave up your senior year positioning in class rank to pursue your passion in the arts or music, then the college will know that if you put it in your application or if you tell them face to face.
Please
Another
summarize.
thing I do want to say is very
Ma'am.
similar, if you don't mind another minute.
Just please summarize.
To what Board Member Corkadell said. Every other activity has its merit system. If you are in band or orchestra, you are striving for that first chair. If you are an artist, you are getting your work exhibited and you're getting a first prize or an honorable mention. If you are a swimmer, you have a metric. Your metric is time. But
Ma'am.
time only tells you if you practice harder. You don't know if you're the best swimmer unless you rank those times
Ma'am,
against the other
thank you
swimmers.
so much for your testimony.
So I think
Ma'am, thank you.
academics do deserve their metric.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
We've got a couple of board questions. Mrs. Schalheim.
I just wanted to say thank you to Emily for speaking tonight. Can I ask what grade you're in?
Not anymore.
You're a rising third grader?
Third grade.
You spoke wonderfully. I just wanted to say thank you for coming and advocating for yourself.
Thank you. Ms. Antwine.
Well, I'll start at this end and work my way down. Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the passion that you just shared. I'm thinking that with the time of night and the fact that you have raised some incredible children, you are very invested in not only their future but the future of our students. So all of our students. So thank you for that, Miss Emily. When you go for Congress, I will vote for you. You did an outstanding job, and you're up late and willing to, and just as perky and willing to share with us. Thank you so very much. And to the other two young ladies, and to Emily, it's your summertime. I want you to go, you earned it. Go enjoy it. Thank you for your testimony. Congratulations on your graduation and on your acceptance to Notre Dame.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Grannon.
Yes, for the sake of Emily's bedtime, I move that we call the vote.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We now have a vote on, Diane, are you able to do it first? This is a vote on the current motion. I know we're going to have some amendments momentarily. So this is a vote on the motion that's currently before us.
Ms. Urea.
Aye, and I didn't get my light to get chosen, but I just really quickly want to give my opinion. Is that to me, this isn't only a mental health issue, but it's an equity issue. So when I have students in my SMOB advisory council and across the county and Maryland coming to me from ESOL, special education, our programs of choice, Magnet, PLTW, and Cat South and North telling me that because they chose these programs or came into Maryland not even speaking the language of English, that they are told that their education is less valued. Because of that, they are hurt by class rank. And that's why I'm going to be voting for this, essentially.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow?
No.
Ms. Hummer?
No.
And Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
5 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Motion passes.
Okay. Do we have other motions on this policy? Mrs. Schallheim?
Sorry, let's see. Put it away, I don't know why. So I want to move that we add an item 5 under section C, part C, to read that the salutatorian and valedictorian shall deliver commencement greetings and farewell speeches respectively.
Second.
I couldn't even hear it. I mean,
Oh.
you're talking about text and we don't have it. Can we just
Yeah, sorry, so grading policy.
even know where you're
Yes,
at,
yes,
okay.
ma'am, yes, ma'am, I'm getting there. All right, so. Okay, so under position,
What page are you on and what section?
okay. I think it would go on page 3 of 4. And there was a C. Yes, actually I was wrong, it's under B. So number 7, B, it would be adding a letter V, so 5. So it actually would appear on page 4. So after the text in red that says, once the valedictorian is selected, the salutatorian shall be selected from the remaining valedictorian applicants, I want to add number 5, the salutatorian and valedictorian shall deliver commencement greetings and farewell speeches respectively. That was my motion.
And I second.
And we have a second, so.
I think we're getting legal counsel. Where was it? Under what number again? Oh, so like that, okay.
Oops, sorry for the conference. So I just want to get on the record. I think I'm going to be told that we have to roll this out of order, but Mr. Burns, could you just explain what you were saying to me?
For the clarity of the record, Mr. Gillen, Darren Burns, Board Counsel, would you state your question to me so I can answer it?
So my question to you, I think may have been some misunderstanding, as we were using motion and amendment interchangeably. What we just voted on was the complete policy. And now to propose an amendment, because we had a motion that was made to call the question, is it appropriate for us to be voting on amendments, or is that even permissible at this point?
To start at the beginning, you're here on third reading of policy that has been before you twice before. It came to you today with an amendment that was made at least in one form or another at your last meeting or your last reading. At the very beginning of your meeting, there was a motion made to accept the superintendent's recommendation to revise what had come forward from second reading. That went through its process. That was defeated. There was then a motion to adopt this as written, as came forward from second reading, absent any amendment. After a while, you closed the discussion. There was a motion seconded and approved to call the question. That vote would have been to approve the policy that came forward from second reading. So I didn't hear a reference to amendment in that last motion or in the call. It was simply you were debating and hearing from the public on the adoption of what came forward from second reading with no changes. And so once the question was called and the vote was taken, that's what was adopted.
So give me cliff notes of what you just said.
There are no cliff notes to it.
No, my cliff note is I need a yes or no answer. Can we make amendments at this point, or are we done?
The principal question was to adopt this motion, and you voted on it, and it's done. Could you, at a future meeting, under the right circumstances, modify your policy again? Nothing rules that out. But today, you have adopted what came forward under your policy, making policy from second reading.
Okay. I've got a number of lights here. Are there comments anybody would like to make at this point?
I have a quick point of information.
Yes, Mr. Grannon.
Mr. President, I have a quick point of information. I hope that will actually resolve this for Ms. Schalheim as well. I think what Mr. Burns is saying is correct. We always have the option to vote by a supermajority to skip all of that and just change it. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not suggesting that happen. Before I even heard any of this, before I saw the President's conference on there, I was going to ask, just out of respect to Ms. Schalheim, that you consider deferring this motion. We have a whole other year now until graduation. We have time to think about this. We have time for the public to weigh in on this concept about valedictorian speaking and salutatorian speaking. That's a whole different issue. We have just passed something after basically years of debate on a 5-4 vote. Let this settle. Let's move on. And I promise you, I will support consideration, full consideration, either in the policy committee or here, of what you're talking about now is a separate issue. We have the time to do it and not to initiate this pretty weighty debate at 10:45.
Okay, I'll withdraw it, but if I had known the inner workings and, still learning, I would have done this in my initial speech, but I hear you and fine.
Okay. Mr. Burns, just stay for one moment. Ms. Antwine, a comment?
I just have a question for Dr. Alato. It was my understanding, again from those school visits, that the valedictorian and the salutatorian actually do get the first choice of making their speech at their graduation. They don't get a choice in that at all?
They get a choice if they want to put their name in the hat and go through the process of selection, being selected to speak.
So similar to what we just voted on.
Right, but it's not a first right of refusal.
So they may choose not to apply for the opportunity.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Right, and under Ms. Schalheim's motion, we can consider that, and if we want to change that by majority vote, we can.
Okay. Mrs. Corkadell.
If the motion is formally withdrawn, I'm hitting the wrong button, sorry. If the motion is formally withdrawn, I have no additional comments if there's no further amendments to this. I was going to simply speak to shutting off the opportunity for public comment by creating amendments ad hoc on policy.
And I might add, to clarify from Mr. Grannon's comments and Ms. Corkadell what you just said, again, you have a policy that governs policymaking, and there are mechanisms within that policy for modifying your approach, suspending how you do it. But since right now you're operating under your policy, the advice I gave you earlier is you've actually finished your debate on the principle.
I was actually speaking on transparency to the public, in that although we have those opportunities, that when we place so many in debate, and Mr. Rhea did such a fabulous job of making sure there were ample opportunities on her amendments, I would just hate to see that, all that transparency thrown out the door. That's all. This is not functioning.
Your mic's not working?
No, I'm putting that on.
I don't know if somebody can check that. Mrs. Corkadell's mic is, okay, there we go. I think we're good. So no further, Mrs. Schalheim, I'm sorry.
Just, when I first spoke, I did mention I had other amendments. I get the argument. I get that it's late. I'm not going to push it. Just wanted to state for the record that when I first read my spiel, I did say there was going to be other things to add to it. So my bad for not understanding fully the order. And so I give up for now, but
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Urea.
Since this is my last meeting, I'm going to say something. So, like, a lot of board members have their babies, and this was my baby, essentially, this policy. So I just want to thank all the members who voted against it or for it, just for hearing me out and for listening to me and the students that came and spoke for and against it. So I just want to thank you for voting for it. Thank you.
Item 5.02, we'll now move to second reading calendar. Item 5.02, contest for students, policy JJD. We'll turn to the team for any comments. Are there any board questions? Ms. Antwine.
I just wanted to understand where this policy change is coming from, even with the change from the term, I think it's now termed opportunities for students. As a parent, that's kind of misleading if I'm reading the policies and the regs. But what I'm gathering here is that there are some kind of restrictions for students if they choose to go outside of the county to do contests and otherwise. Is that so, especially like for our athletes?
Hi, Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction. So the updates to this particular policy is to extend beyond contests, so allowing our students to participate in events that perhaps are sponsored by outside organizations. So these are venues that are not necessarily recognized in our offices that we host, but from other organizations. And so it is providing guidance on approving student participation.
Okay, and so I guess what I am missing is, could they not just do that anyway? Why are we introducing policy that, for example, with my son, he did a lot of activities outside of the school system that, but I don't remember having to go through the school to allow him to do that. So I'm trying to understand that connection, please.
So hopefully this will help. So there are teams or cohorts of students who are invited to different events. I'm trying to think of a particular example, but we have a math organization that sponsors students competing, and so it would be school teams who practice to be a part of that, but we do not organize that math event. It's from the mathematics teachers organization. So that's giving them an opportunity to represent their school, and they do that as a team of students to participate. As Dr. McMahon said, we aren't the host.
So, Mrs. Anton, we actually, if it is a school-sponsored, meaning we allow the team to exist, and then they want to compete in an area, at an event, at a venue that we don't host, we have to approve that.
Okay, that's what I'm So because they may be representing, let's say Meade High School,
Right.
even so if they, I don't know, they go to a talent show or something, right? And three of the students are shout out to Meade High or whatever. We have to approve them going to that contest before they can go because of the collaboration
And the liability. And we're approving often not just them attending, but them participating and the transportation to and from.
And so us introducing this policy kind of re-emphasizes the fact that they have to come through us to do that. Got it.
Correct.
Any further board questions or comments on this policy? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll be back in 30 days' time. Actually, I'm trying to think, just timing-wise, that would be the August meeting, because July is within 30, right?
No, not for
Or-
third.
So comment July
This was,
10th.
okay, I'm sorry, so July 10th. Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, a lot of distraction. We'll now move to our consent calendar. Is there a motion to bundle item 6.01 through item 6.13?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, the ayes have it. We now have a bundled consent calendar. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval of the contracts listed on today's agenda, 6.01 through 6.13.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second? Okay, we've got motion, a second. Any board questions on the consent items? Ms. Antwine?
The 6.13, I had questions about the service vehicles and their use. This is a contract for service vehicles, I understand that. I guess in me being naive, I thought that we got vehicles through the county. So I was trying to understand the use and this particular contract, please. And plus, I think I got this a couple hours ago, so I wasn't able to really study it the way I could have.
Sure. For the record, Alex Checkno, Chief Operating Officer. No, we procure we are a separate entity from the county. While we're all in the county, we are legally a separate entity. They have a fleet. They have their own public works department, their own central services department that takes care of their buildings. We've got 13.5 million square foot of real estate and just about 3,500 acres of land that we take care of using our equipment, our vehicles, our personnel power, et cetera. So these are vehicles that our maintenance and construction and operations personnel utilize to work on our buildings and our projects.
Sorry. Did we choose not to compete it because of the immediate need, or how did that work?
No, so this was competed. The bids were sent out to 103 different vehicle service providing firms. Of the 103 potential bidders, 3 put in bids that were determined to be both responsive and responsible. And then the grid on the back of your board agenda item depicts which vehicle type was awarded to which of the vendors. So it was competitively bid in accordance with all Board of Ed and State of Maryland Education article procurement requirements.
Excellent. And one more thing, in terms of their support to us, the sustainment of those vehicles, how long is that term? If
So
anything?
they're outright acquisitions. We
Okay.
do, so it's just like your own car. We bought these trucks, we own them for as long as they last. We do our own oil changes, we put our own tires onto them. To the extent that we can self-perform that, certainly if it's something much more extreme, we're not going to overhaul a transmission in-house. We're going to outsource that, and we've got contracts in place with different vendors to do that. Scope of services that exceed our in-house capacity.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mrs. Corkadal?
Yeah, I just had a quick question, and it's something that sort of came up. I wasn't originally planning. It's my understanding that Governor Hogan is calling for some, for a focus and a new target on our cybersecurity. And this is a GSA piggyback contract, right? We're teaming in with the state?
Yes,
or-
GSA did the original procurement. It's not a GSA product. It's a
Correct,
external
correct,
endeavor,
but-
but it's off a
Mhm.
GSA schedule. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So are we aware if there will be an opportunity for perhaps the education systems to reap benefit of some of these enhancements that they are talking about trying to perhaps fund in the upcoming?
Again, that's that's TBD, because who knows how that's going to navigate its way through the General Assembly. But certainly, we'd welcome any enhanced focus. I understand that the governor's named a new, for lack of a better word, a cybersecurity czar at the state level, and we welcome any partnerships we can with the state or any best practices that they're able to pass down to the locals, such as this LEA.
Well, I'd just like to formally say that it's very exciting that we're taking that the state's taking proaction, and that we are continue to be willing to accept
Absolutely.
anything that comes away. So please keep us posted if there is any update to our benefit of all of that, because clearly I think the needs that were identified by the governor, we similarly share at a much smaller level.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Okay. Mrs. Hummer.
Item 6.01 is the award of contract for the addition at Arundel Middle. So I know that has not been approved in the CIP at this time. So is this just awarding the contract in lieu and waiting for approval from funding?
Certainly. So as you may be aware, here in Maryland, we do have the great fortune that the state of Maryland does participate in part on certain construction activities, but they have certain requirements that have to be accomplished and deliverables delivered to them in order to put yourself in line to be considered for funding. Here in Maryland, although the state does participate in the construction, the physical bricks and mortar construction of the school, they do not at all participate in the funding of any planning or design activities. And so an LEA such as Anne Arundel has to complete the ed specs, the schematics, design developments. We have to complete all of those activities using local funding by target dates that the state's established to put us in line for the IAC's consideration for the following fiscal year.
Okay.
So this is to undertake the planning and design elements that are a precursor to us making an application to the IAC this October for their consideration through their funding cycle, hopefully to allow us to get construction funding in July 1 of 2020.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other board questions? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none. This is a vote on consent calendar items 6.01 through 6.13 batch. Mrs. Connolly or Mrs. Howell? We can't do one more time with you, Mrs. Connolly? Mrs. Howell, would you please call the vote?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye. 7-0, motion carries. Thank you so much. We'll now move to action item 7.01, administrative personnel appointments. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend board approval that the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and/or appointed.
So moved.
Second, we've got a motion and a second. Any board questions? Seeing none. This is a vote on item 7.01, administrative personnel appointments. Mrs. Howell, would you please call the roll?
Aye.
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 Aye. Great, thank you. We'll now move to item 7.02, which is the Education Facilities Master Plan. This is an action item. Dr. Arlotto, can we have your recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the 2019 Educational Facilities Master Plan.
Second.
Motion second. There's no formal presentation, but are there any board questions? Mrs. Schallheim.
Hello, thank you for putting this together and not printing it because it was huge, but putting it online, I thought it was brilliant. Thank you. I think our forest, thank you, is 2. I have a few questions. So there were a bunch of schools I noticed that were under state-rated capacity that use relocatables, but it wasn't clear to me if they were under construction. There's the whole, I mean, I could read the whole list, but there's several of them. Why is that? Because you might have 5 fifth grade classes and 4, like the distribution of the grades. Is that why you would have the relocatables in that case, or? I don't know, help me understand.
Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. So there honestly can be a myriad of reasons. Construction and swing space is possibly one of them. The grade level distribution that you're talking about is one of them. We have schools that house specific programs, like Hilltop Elementary School, for example, has a Judy Center in it. The Judy Center is all in portable classrooms. So it could be either programmatic, it could be for construction, it could be because of the way that the grade level distribution pans out. We also have limited funding each and every year to move portables. We get that funding only from the county. The state doesn't participate in that, so there may be an occasion where a portable could have been moved, but there's not the funding to move it in that year, so maybe it will get moved next year. Each and every year we analyze all of our portables. We send out essentially a memo to all of our schools with a form asking them to justify how many portables do they have, how are they using them, do they need to continue to use them, do they need more, do they no longer need it. We can essentially repossess this and redistribute it. So that process is undertaken each and every year, and then we triage the schools that are in a position to give up portables, those that need portables, and then prioritize them based on the funding amount that we receive from the county to discharge that work.
All right, thank you. A couple more questions. So at the beginning of every cluster, there was some different demographic information listed, and the percentage of pupils in public school, that's a percentage of the whole population in that region, right?
Is there a page number or an example?
Like, so when you have the by cluster information, I don't know if you want to, yeah, that, I think you're on one of the pages where you list like I just want to make sure I understand. So you list like the population, yes, and then the percent of non-white students and the percent in public school. That's a percentage of the full population of that cluster, right?
Greg Stewart for the record. Keep in mind that's based on a 2010 census, so okay, that's just a snapshot in time at that moment.
Right, at that moment. Okay, so it could be wildly different from that.
Right.
Do you have any information about per cluster the percentage of the population that's in private school? Do you look at that? Does that factor into?
We don't get that information. It's very difficult to obtain it, especially private schools very secretive of where their students live. We would love to have that information. It would greatly help, but we can't get it.
Thought a lot about that, as I was reading the big document. And my next question is, so you had a bunch of tables, lovely tables, like the 2018 actual elementary school enrollment, state capacity utilization, and then you had it for middle and high school, and you have C's next to schools that show what the state-rated capacity would be after the construction is complete. And I was looking at some of these. I thought I put little dots near them. Oh, never mind. So I didn't put little dots near them, but I did notice that some of the ones that were clearly under construction, or I guess going to be under construction, and then what the new state capacity, rated capacity would be afterwards, some of those still had percent utilization above 100%, and I wondered why. Like, if we're assuming that one of the reasons why we do construction is to alleviate overcrowding and to modernize the building, why would it, after construction, still have above 100%? It was only a couple, but I did notice that.
So, for example, the addition could have been funded through the K pre-K. So the addition is only allowed to be sized by the state of Maryland to only support the K pre-K population. It can't be extended to support the overcapacity of the school. So the state sort of has bucketized these different capacity addition regiments. And so, you know, obviously, if it's a school like Edgewater where we're doing a complete rehabilitation, a total rehab of the entire school, plus a capacity addition, et cetera, that's a far different endeavor. But for some of these targeted additions, we're really constrained by the funding source for that project and the rules and regulations that the IAC, the Department of General Services, Maryland Department of Planning, and Maryland State Department of Education put around those programs.
Do they ever take into account, or are you ever given the opportunity to say, well, wait a minute, guys, even if we're already doing construction here, and we have this overcrowding issue and this other wing serving these other students, and even after this construction, we're still going to have 120% utilization. Is there ever any sort of weight given to that, since we're already in there chopping down walls? And
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope. It's either take their money and take what they give you, or don't. That's
Got
the
it.
other option.
And then my last question had to do, I have no idea what page this is. This was, there was a lot of pages. It had the jurisdiction, and then Anne Arundel County's, I guess this is enrollment, Anne Arundel County's enrollment, and then planning's enrollment, and then the difference in the percentage. So I guess my question is, why are their numbers different than ours? And is the funding based on their version, the planning's version of what their projected enrollment will be, or our determination of that?
So the difference is almost entirely attributable to growth and development. Okay. So we have a lot better data feed from our planning and zoning individuals, so we know the projects that are in pipelines, what's already been approved, et cetera. So the biggest element of the gap is attributable to growth and development and the student yield that comes out of that. Each project, though, is reviewed on a project-by-project basis at the time of consideration. So what our projection is versus theirs 8 years out, you know, really doesn't matter. It's when, as I was answering Ms. Hummer's question earlier, you know, when we're making application for an addition or a renovation project in October of that year, it's really the numbers, the actuals of that year, and the projections at that time going forward, near-term projections, not long-term projections.
So this is just more of an FYI than anything else?
Yeah, it's
okay.
This entire, and if I was to make comments at the beginning, this entire document is a requirement of the state that we have to produce and deliver to them by the end of June each and every year. It's very prescriptive. It's very regimented.
I got that sense.
I've done over 20 of these now, and if you go back and go on my shelf and find ones from 2 decades ago, the similarity is beyond striking.
Oh, the trees that have been...
and the state wants it so. I mean, the one in Wycomico County or the one in Garrett County or ours, the state has to review 24 of these, and there's 3 different departments of the state that are looking at this very book. So they want it very regimented. They want to go to this tab of all 24 counties, and they expect to see the exact same thing in the exact same place, done in the exact same way.
So next year's will be really telling with the census no, it would be not next year's, it would be the year after.
Depending on when we get it.
When we get the census. Okay. Well, I want you to know that I read every single word on every single page, and I really am grateful for the information. Thank you so much for presenting it to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schallheim. Mrs. Corkadell.
Just really quick. So I just wanted to just make sure I understand. I'm referring actually to, this is in reference to the
page 10 on the plan. If I'm reading this correctly, sir, then Southern had a negative 9.9 an enrollment change on pre-K and K. Because we have now brought online the new pre-K, that number's going to readjust to more baseline, correct?
Right, so this compared September 15 to September 18.
Yeah, and it
so
wasn't
that
around.
When you slide it forward next year, the picture will more than likely change.
Okay, so, gotcha. Alrighty. That was, I believe, my only question. This is an annual update, right? If I'm reading it
Required
under,
by law,
if my memory
to be
serves.
submitted every single year by the end of June to the state.
And it always should be mapping to the KIP, right? We're good, okay. Thank you, sir, for all your continued.
Okay, any further board questions or comments? Seeing none, any public comments? Seeing none. This is a vote on the 2019 Educational Facilities Master Plan. Mrs. Howe, it's going to take me a little bit to get used to this. Mrs. Howe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
7-0, motion passes.
Great, thank you so much. We'll now move to our last item, which is review items. Item 8.01, it is award of contracts. We'll only take board questions and then public comment. Ms. Antwine?
I had a question about the professional development, school safety. I'm reading in here that it is to supplement existing professional development on the fidelity and effective use and implementation of restorative practices in community circles. So does this mean that once we get the tool in place, that will be the source for training on this?
It will be an additional source. So for the record, again, Alex Shaknovich. And what you'll see is this is basically a virtual learning module. So it's a module that we can use as a complement to our in-person, in-place activities. This can also be delivered remotely as a supplement or an enhancement to our in-person delivery models. So not everybody can sometimes get to an in-person training, so they can do some things asynchronously, kind of offline on their own time or in their own facility, either before, during, or after an in-person training exercise.
Excellent. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. And then my other question about that particular one was the under $50,000 tag. Is that for licenses, or does that include the implementation on our systems?
That is the fee paid to the company for the seat licenses, for the privilege of using their product, their proprietary product.
So if we put it on our system or whatever, it should be pretty successful without additional on-site support.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Seeing none, we have one card for public comment, and I just want to thank you for staying here all night for this item. Maribel Abraham, thank you so much.
Okay, my name is Maribel Ibrahim. I am the Operations Director of Start School Later, a national nonprofit committed to healthy school start times. Probably was not the smartest thing for me to sign up for the last agenda item, but here I am. And I am here because this issue is so important to me. I am thrilled and ecstatic that the Anne Arundel County Public School System is considering the bus transportation analysis system. And I understand that it is a RFP that has been requested, that we will be getting a transportation contractor, hopefully, to look into our school system, and that is something that makes me extremely ecstatic. The reason that I'm speaking with you here today and why I waited so long to mention this is that I wanted to just point you to the fact that Education Next, a leading educational journal, has not one, not two, but 3 articles in June's issue related to school start times. It is a national phenomenon, and what we're finding now is that more and more school systems are making the change to healthy and safe school start times with the help of many transportation consultants. And again, I am hopeful that the change that we would usher in will be something that will be looked at objectively. We want to make sure that when we pick a transportation consultant, we pick a consultant that has had a track record of successful implementations of healthy school start times, not just someone who's going to crunch numbers and tell you something's really expensive. A good transportation consultant will tell you that there are low-cost solutions and there are creative solutions. A good transportation consultant will ask you what your needs are in the school system and what your needs are for transportation, and they will allow you to eliminate what I call false constraints. As a trained industrial engineer and a route specialist that used to work for FedEx, now I work for the library, there's a lot of operations research, and that's what this is, a traditional operations research problem. How many resources you have, and how do you put them to good use? And we have a lot of false constraints in this county system, primarily because we've had a system that's been homegrown and done by paper and pencil. For instance, why does every single high school have to start at exactly the same time? That makes zero logistical sense. Why does every grade have to adhere to a specific tier? That's not necessarily a geographically or efficient system. So if we eliminated those kinds of false constraints, a very good transportation consultant will be able to give you a low-cost, creative, and implementable solution. So I ask you to respectfully consider these false constraints and whether they can be eliminated so that you can get a truly effective system. The other thing is, studies have shown now, last time I came to speak to you, we didn't have any evidence about implementing school start times. Now we do. Kids get more sleep. Fairfax and Seattle have done it successfully. They're larger than we are, and I am anticipating wonderful results. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience tonight. Any further board questions on the review items? Seeing none. The next general board meeting for the Board of Education will be on Wednesday, July 10th, 2019 at 10 a.m. And for the public's notice, July and August, we only have one general meeting of the board. The next budget committee will be on Wednesday, July 10th, 1 hour after the end of public session. For the final motion to adjourn, Ms. Urea, would you make that motion, please? It's your sign off. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.